This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow where all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul. and develops various contents such as Meta's Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서유 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고, 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Narengi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
are providing simultaneous retraining. We are going to start Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. Please come inside and be seated so we can start right away. Please make sure to switch your mobile phone to vibration or silent mode for the event. Also make sure to turn off the alarm on your phone. We are providing simultaneous interpretation. You can find the device on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English for your preference. I believe most of the participants are at the venue. Now, let us begin the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. Thank you very much and welcome all of you. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, your MC today. We have 1 month left until the end of 2023, and I believe you must be busy these days, but thank you very much for joining us today. All the Korean and international organizations and their personnel prepare for this wonderful event, which is our great honor to be a part of, and thank you again for coming today. Seoul Big Data Forum is co-hosted by Seoul University of Seoul, Seoul Metropolitan Government, the Institute of Seoul, and the Seoul Digital Foundation. This year, we are privileged to host the event with the Statistics Korea as a special host. And if you look at the lineup of our speakers, you can imagine a lot of insight from the forum. Participants include Ilya Poloskin, the co-founder of a NEAR protocol and the author of The Attention is All You Need. CEO Kim Yoo-won leading the hyperscale AI division of Naver. And Professor Wei Jian-soo from the University of Pennsylvania as a keynote speaker. And outstanding researchers from the University of Seoul, Seoul Institute, Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Statistics Korea, all gathering here today. These prominent speakers will gather at the forum to talk about the big data, AI, and future of cities. This year's executive organizer is the University of Seoul, and our overall theme is Seoul Innovation Vision powered by big data and AI. Today and tomorrow, we will have some presentations and discussions. with a top-notch professionals and the experts. And hopefully we can share our great vision for the future powered by big data and AI. Now let us officially begin Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. Thank you. We've just kicked off the forum. Now I would like to introduce a distinguished guests. And when your name is called, please share your greetings with all the audience. First, Vice Mayor Kim Eui-seung, Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you for your precious time to join us today. Thank you. President Won Yong-gul, University of Seoul. Thank you. Commissioner Lee Hyung-il of Statistics Korea. Welcome and thank you for coming today. Chairperson Lee Suk-ja, Planning and Economic Committee of the Seoul Metropolitan City Council. Thank you for joining us today. President Park Hyung-soo of the Seoul Institute. Thank you. President Kang Yo-sik of Seoul Digital Foundation are with us today. Thank you. And also I would like to introduce Mr. Ilya Protocol, Poloskin, co-founder of a new protocol. CEO Kim Yoo-won of a Neighbor Cloud. Professor Wei Jie-soo of a University of Pennsylvania. Professor Lee Won from the University of Cambridge. Thank you. Said Ashani from Saudi Arabia, he's with us. Thank you. Somaya Bendao, the researcher from the UN USERA. And I've just introduced all the guests, distinguished guests today, but please allow us to apologize that we're not going to mention each and every name due to the time constraint. On top of these VIPs, we are joined by a lot of distinguished guests online and offline, which I sincerely appreciate. Now, we would like to ask a opening remarks of the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. President Won Yong-gul, University of Seoul, will first share his opening remarks. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you. My name is Won Yong-gul, the president of the University of Seoul. Let me express my gratitude to all the guests who have taken the time to attend today's forum. I extend a warm welcome to the esteemed Eui-seung Kim, Vice Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government, Commissioner Hyung-il Lee of Statistics of Korea, President Park Hyung-soo of the Seoul Institute and Chairman President Kang Yo-sik of the Seoul Digital Foundation, as well as the scholars and experts from around the world. This year marks the 5th Seoul Big Data Forum, co-hosted by Seoul Metropolitan Government, University of Seoul, the Seoul Institute, Seoul Digital Foundation, and this year especially co-hosted by Statistics Korea. This forum is an international regular forum aimed at exploring data-based urban policies and finding solutions to urban crises using digital technology. This year, under the theme of Seoul Innovation Vision powered by Big Data and AI, we have arranged a meaningful opportunity to discuss Big Data and AI and the future of cities with experts in administration, artificial intelligence, philosophy, including the author of the Transformer model paper that forms the backbone of ChatGPT, the CEO of Naver Cloud, and authorities in machine learning models. After the pandemic, digital transformation across society and the economy has accelerated, and the digital transition has become an unstoppable trend of the times. Seoul is also promoting various digital policies, including big data, artificial intelligence, and emerged reality of the physical and virtual world in the metaverse to lead the new digital paradigm. The city has been internationally recognized for these efforts. Moreover, with the support of Seoul Metropolitan Government, University of Seoul has expanded and established a high-speed computing cluster within the Urban Big Data and AI Institute to train large-scale AI models using big data. The University of Seoul is conducting various interdisciplinary research using this advanced computing resource and is expanding industry academic research cooperation by gradually opening the computing resources to IT venture companies. The 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum held amidst this is of great significance. In this forum, we will share cases of urban administration innovation using big data and AI technology, from Korea's early e-government to the latest large-scale language model technology, and explore the possibilities of implementing a smart city by applying these technologies. Additionally, we will discuss data-based urban policies to enhance the satisfaction of Seoul citizens' lives from a broader perspective, including addressing the ethical issues that may arise from further big data and AI technologies development from a humanistic point of view. This will be a meaningful opportunity to consider ways to use data and digital technology to promptly discover and proactively respond to blind spots in the social safety net, ensuring that all Seoul citizens can enjoy the benefits of public services. I hope that the direction of digital policies needed to implement Together Charming Special City Seoul will be presented during this two-day event. Once again, I congratulate the opening of the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum and wish health and happiness to everyone present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks as an executive organizer. Thank you very much, President of University of Seoul. And he just reaffirmed the meaning of this forum, and I'm more excited to hear more presentations of and discussions. Now, welcoming remarks by Vice Mayor Kim Ui-sung of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please come up to the stage and let's welcome him with a big hand. Hello everyone, my name is Kim Ui-sung. I'm a Vice Mayor of Seoul. I want to extend my congratulations on the commencement of the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. As you're well aware, we have a data-related organizations who are hosting this event with a collaborative effort. And we started with the University of Seoul, and we just finished the One Circle and the University of Seoul just to prepare this year's event. And President Won Yong-gol and his personnel deserve my appreciation. And at the moment, our Metropolitan Government City Council is busy with their meetings and the auditing, but Chairperson Lee Suk-ja is here with us. Thank you very much. And President Park Hyung-sik and President Kang Yo-sik of Seoul Institute and Seoul Digital Foundation, thank you very much. And especially, we're honored to welcome Statistics Korea in reaching our discussions as they derive national policy through the establishment of the Statistics Hub. And thank you very much, Commissioner and the Director from Statistics Korea. This is not only for the event by Seoul Metropolitan Government. It is furthermore meaningful that we're gathered by all the think tank and the organizations and the government agencies. And this year, we have a great speakers in our keynote session, including Ilya Polsking and CEO Kim Yuan from Naver, Professor Wei Jiesu at University of Pennsylvania. Thank you very much, and we are honored to host all of you. And I'm very excited to hear the keynote speech. And we also have a great and prominent speakers in each session. Thank you very much. I remember last year's forum, and after the forum last year, I realized that ChatGPT emerged, swiftly integrating into our daily lives. This remarkable capabilities of generative AI continue to astonish us, becoming a pivotal technology for digital transformation applied across fields from routine tasks to creative endeavors like composition and art, which is unbelievable, but it is happening right now in our time. It's rapidly changing. And I believe that we will have more revolution in the future, but at the same time, we concern about side effects of these technologies. So through forums like today's event, we can gather some insight to change all these risks as opportunities. Once again, congratulations on hosting the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. Seoul Metropolitan Government remains steadfast in its commitment to achieving administrative innovation through the utilization of big data and artificial intelligence insights. Wishing you the remarkable and insightful experience through the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Kim. So he delivered the congratulations for the opening of the forum, and he shared his gratitude to all the guests. Now it's time for congratulatory speeches for today's event. Let me invite 4 speakers. First, we have Commissioner Lee Hyung-il of Statistics Korea. So let me invite the Commissioner to the podium first. Please welcome Commissioner Lee with a big hand. Good morning. My name is Lee Hyung-il, Commissioner of Statistics Korea. Let me first deliver my congratulations to the opening of today's forum. Let me also express my gratitude to the University of Seoul President Yong-gol Won, Seoul Metropolitan Government Vice Mayor Eui-sung Kim, Seoul Institute President Hyung-soo Park, and Chairperson Lee Suk-ja of the Seoul Metropolitan Council's Planning and Economy Committee, and Seoul Digital Foundation President Yo-sik Kang, and officials from relevant organizations. Today, I'm pleased that Statistics Korea is participating as a special co-host in today's forum. And we are now experiencing a big wave of change called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And as the transition to a digital economy accelerates, we are creating innovation throughout our society and nation through the convergence of diverse intelligent information technologies. And Statistics Korea and the Korean government is trying to build an ecosystem, and in particular, public data and the way to utilize such data is identified. And the case in point is the Nowcast portal and the breaking news indicator. And by realizing the potential of the big data, we can have an evidence-based policies. And at today's forum, we have this theme of big data and urban policies, and we can share information from different fields. And Statistics Korea is looking at diverse data such as migration, so that we can respond to potential extinction of some cities in Korea. And I hope that today's Seoul Big Data Forum will serve as a venue for each agency, including Statistics Korea and the government, to come together and discuss how to support these policy tasks. Once again, let me thank everyone who is here today, and I wish you a great closure of this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. He wishes for the successful hosting of a Seoul Big Data Forum as a special host of this year's forum. Now let's continue another congratulatory remarks by Chairperson Lee Suk-ja of Planning and Economy Committee of a Seoul Metropolitan City Council. Let's welcome her with a big hand.
Good morning. My name is Lee Suk-ja, Chairperson of the Seoul Metropolitan Council's Planning and Economy Committee. Despite busy schedule, many distinguished guests are here with us, so let me thank all of our guests. University of Seoul, the Seoul Institute, Seoul Digital Foundation, and Statistics Korea are jointly organizing this year's Seoul Big Data Forum, and let me sincerely congratulate the opening of the forum. And we have Vice Mayor Kim Eui-seung. I know that you are making a lot of efforts to build a better policy in the city, so let me thank you for your efforts. And let me also express my gratitude to President Won from University of Seoul, President Park from the Seoul Institute, President Kang from Seoul Digital Foundation, and Commissioner Lee from Statistics Korea, and other relevant officials. At Seoul Big Data Forum, 3 education and research institutions under Seoul Metropolitan Government gather to share advanced practices of big data utilization and explore data-based solutions for urban problems. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the forum. It is particularly meaningful to have Statistics Korea as our co-host this year. And this year's theme is Seoul Innovation Vision powered by Big Data and AI. And we have renowned scholars and researchers here. And I believe that future advanced technologies and public administration could be impacted by new technologies, and we can have an outlook for such changes. Digital technologies are expected to contribute to better quality of lives and industrial development. However, we have an increasing concerns over the monopoly of data, technology, and information. That is why my committee would like to disseminate digital technologies in public administration of Seoul City so that we can improve the quality of lives of Seoul citizens. So I believe that I'm following the suit of Commissioner. So we would like to improve the quality of life of the citizens, and we hope that no one would be neglected by the technological development. So we will identify human-centered digital policies more actively. So let me congratulate the opening of the forum once again, and I wish you the health and happiness for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Chairperson Lee Suk-ja from Seoul Metropolitan Council. She reaffirmed the meaning of this forum, and I am more excited to proceed with this forum. Next, I would like to invite President Park Kyung-soo of the Seoul Institute. Let's welcome him as he comes up to the stage with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am Park Kyung-soo, the president of the Seoul Institute. I extend a warm welcome to everyone participating in the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the forum, which started in 2019. For over the past 2 years, despite significant challenges in hosting the event due to COVID-19, the Seoul Big Data Forum has overcome these obstacles obstacles with the full support of the Metropolitan Government of Seoul and the concerted effort of 4 affiliated institutions. It has firmly established its status as an international event. Particularly this year, a special co-sponsorship with a Statistics Korea. 10 years ago, I was actually the commissioner of the Statistics Korea, and I was a part of a government agency at the bureau level. And it's now truly become a kennel of big data in South Korea, accumulating ample experience and achievements in big data utilization. I hope more cooperation with the Statistics Korea. The theme of the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023 is Seoul Innovation Vision, powered by big data and AI. While previous forums focused on urban big data, this forum expands the theme to include a practical applications that transform city life based on big data and AI. Recently, our society has seen a close integration of a generative AI like ChatGPT with big data. The scope of AI applications is expanding more widely and rapidly than we thought, extending beyond research support to culture and arts. This is beyond our imagination, and it is faster than we imagine. The Seoul Institute is moving beyond merely tracking and observing big data trends. We are expanding our research scope to make big data more accessible and intuitive in our daily lives. We have analyzed the population movement patterns using big data, examined the population decrease due to low birth rate and aging phenomenon, and evaluated the introduction of a more owl buses tailored to the MZ generation, thereby enhancing the applicability of big data in various aspects closely related to the daily lives of Seoul citizens. And I would like to share a news. As of November 1st, we just merged with the Seoul Institute of Technology. And the Seoul Institute of Technology used to be a think tank for Seoul's technology sector, has shown remarkable achievements in research on city infrastructure, environment, architecture, and big data technology policies. Thanks to this merge, Seoul Institute proudly possesses an effective system to accelerate citizens' administration based on big data and digital technologies, harmoniously integrating policy and technology to solve various problems faced by Seoul citizens. And in more complete manner, we were reborn as a genuine think tank. And we are committed to fulfill our role as a true think tank and technology advisor, supporting the entire process from policy formulation for urban problem solving based on big data and AI to providing optimal technology solutions. At today's forum of Seoul Big Data Forum 2023, the Seoul Institute will present our research achievements as an integrated institution, focusing on the application of a big data and AI-based technology policies. We will introduce technology application research results aimed at understanding the challenges faced by Seoul. We do have many experts representing Fourth Industrial Revolution technology like big data and AI, as well as many audience members interested in our forum are present here today. I sincerely thank everyone who took the time to attend and hope that this event will serve as a platform for cooperation in developing a more livable city through the utilization of big data and AI. I would like to once again thank everyone who worked hard to prepare for this forum. That includes the officials from University of Seoul, Seoul Digital Foundation, Seoul Metropolitan Government, Statistics Korea, and my institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Park Hyung-soo from the Seoul Institute. The 5th Seoul Big Data Forum will be exploring solutions for urban problems, and we have the expanded scope of discussion. And last but not least, we will invite President Kang Yo-sik of Seoul Digital Foundation to the podium. Let's welcome President Kang Yo-sik with a warm round of applause. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet you. Seoul, my soul. My name is Yo-sik Kang, President of the Seoul Digital Foundation. First of all, let me congratulate the opening of the 5th Seoul Big Data Forum. And last year, my organization hosted this forum, and time truly flew. And we have a Vice Mayor, Kim Ui-seung, and Chairperson Lee Suk-ja. And let me thank all the guests, including these two officials. And let me introduce one special guest from Seoul Digital Foundation. We invited a guest from Saudi Arabia. So from Smart ROC Operations Center, SDAIA, we invited Said Al-Shahrani. There is a 40 degrees Celsius difference in temperature, but from the desert, we have guests from Saudi Arabia. And I believe that it shows the great relationship between Seoul City and Saudi Arabia. And going beyond the digital transformation, we are witnessing digital deepening. And in the first half of this year, ChatGPT was the buzzword. And my foundation responded with agility to release a report on the utilization of ChatGPT. And we trained 700 public servants to improve the productivity of their work. And as you know, Smart City is a city platform. And to complete this platform, we have to manage data better. So on this note, we have to collect and analyze and utilize the data better. So I believe that today's forum is all the more meaningful. So I hope that you would exchange opinion actively so that Seoul City could become a leading smart city with digital technologies. So I hope you have a great time, and the year end is coming. Tomorrow, we will start December. I hope you could wrap up this year and have a happy new year. Thank you very much.
There was President Kang Yo-sik of Seoul Digital Foundation. Thank you for such a sweet comment. And he did his effort as a executive organizer last year. And thank you again for being with us today. And thank all of those who shared their remarks. And we now have a great starting. And before we begin the keynote session, we would like to offer the group photo session. And all the overseas speakers, keynote speakers, followed by Mayor Kim Ui-seung, and all the presidents of the organizers. That includes President Won Yong-gol, Commissioner from Statistics Korea.
Right away, and we have 3 keynote speakers today. And when you just hear their names, I believe that you will look forward to the presentations. The theme of the keynote session is Seoul Innovation Vision powered by Big Data and AI. We have Mr. Ilya Poloskin from Near Protocol, and Mr. Kim Yu-won from Naver Cloud, and Professor Wei Jie-soo from University of Pennsylvania. And the chair is Professor Lee Yong-hee, and we have 2 panelists who are Professor Lee Jung-hoon, Digital Honor Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Senior Consultant Ko Jun-hyung of SAS Korea. And our speakers will join the discussion as well. So let me introduce our first speaker. So, author of Attention is All You Need, the book that revolutionized the large-scale language models, and co-founder of Near Protocol, Mr. Ilya Poloskin will deliver the first keynote presentation.
And I joined Google Research to work on deep learning across different aspects. And for me, always natural language has been the way we express our knowledge, the way we communicate, the way we actually understand things. And I always kind of seen that as a way to actually advance how both the computers can understand, but also how we can actually understand better the kind of how humans actually learn and reason. And so while I worked at Google, I have contributed to a project called TensorFlow, which is a machine learning framework that Google has built to power all of this deep learning research. And I ended up being a co-author of the paper, which is Attention is All You Need, which introduced transformer technology, which powers right now Midjourney, ChatGPT, and all of the kind of current innovation of the AI. I since then left Google and I started a Near company in 2017, and we originally started as an AI startup. We actually were trying to use transformers back then in 2017 to teach machines to code, so to automate the kind of coding and software development process. And it was a bit too early, and the approach we took didn't have as much we didn't have resources to do as much scale. And we did end up pivoting to blockchain because we've seen that as a way to actually connect people and manage resources that then will be useful as AI is evolving. And I'll talk about how that works. Now, just a little bit of history on kind of the advancements we see right now. The kind of what we now call large language models is based on a very old idea of language models. It goes back to 1950s with pure statistics, trying to understand how to model language, how to be able to kind of understand the statistical commonality inside the language that we use. And this field, has had lots of ups and downs in past 70 years. There's a lot of different methods that have been used to do that. And we've seen a kind of re-emergence of using neural networks with a lot of the kind of deep learning efforts that started in kind of 2010s. And for those who haven't been tracking that, for me, the kind of seminal moment was when I saw work out of Google Research on Cat Neuron by Andrew Yang and Jeff Dean, where they were able to train a model that was completely unsupervised to pretty much look through a lot of images, and they figured out that it is able to detect cats without actually ever having to explicitly be told about cats. And so we seen that, like for me, that was a clear moment where there's something that is there in the data that these models are able to capture without being explicitly told how exactly knowledge is should be structured and done. And so since then, there was a lot of work in on natural language to bring into deep learning, and so specific, really interesting work on word embeddings in 2013 that really brought transition from what before we were considering language as symbols, right? Every word
언어를
was a symbol,
기호라고
and you
생각을
were trying to
했지만
understand, for example,
이제
statistic relationship
뭐
between them,
통계적인
to map
언어
them
간의
to
관계를
a
이해하는 데
vector,
있어서
to
이런 딥러닝이 많이 도입이 된 것입니다. 그리고 이렇게 다양한 다면적인 그런 공간에서 거리를 통해서 그 둘 간의 관계를 규정하는 것입니다. 그리고 이런 다면성으로 이루어진 이런 세상에서 우리가 가진 언어를 가지고 이 암호화와 디코딩을 통해서 언어 기호의 의미가 더욱 풍부하게 되었습니다. 많은 기업들이 머신러닝에 대해서 그렇기 때문에 많은 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 우리의 어떤 주요한 도전 과제랄까요? 우리의 문제, 우리가 풀어야 되는 문제는 질문에 답을 하는 겁니다. 질문에 답을 할 때 이러한 방식을 통해서 머신러닝 답을 할 수 있어야 하는 것이죠. 그래서 여기에서 이제 순환 신경망이 도입이 된 것입니다.
And pretty much sequentially processes the document and then, for example, tries to answer the question. And so through word embeddings, it became possible to actually use it for language models, question answering, machine translation. But there was a big challenge because it's a sequential model. What it means is if you're reading 1,000-word documents or training it on
굉장히 수많은 수천 개의 언어를 이제 그 기계에다가 학습을 시키는 거죠. 그리고 그것을 인터넷에 이렇게 올리는 것이 시간이 오래 걸렸습니다. 그리고 여러분의 컴퓨터 용량과 사양에 따라서 또 그 시간은 달라질 수가 있습니다. 그래서 그 이후에 우리가 이 문제를 어떻게 해결할 수 있을까를 생각을 하게 된 것입니다. 그래서 제가 구글에 있을 때 이런 어떤 모델을 하나 만들어 보자라고 생각을 한 것입니다. 그래서 여러분이 하이 레이턴시 모델이 있다라고 하면은 여기에 요구 조건이 굉장히 까다롭습니다. 그리고 이게 처음에 론칭이 됐을 때 단어의 시퀀스, 단어 수의 배열 순서에 대해서 큰 고려를 하지 않았던 것입니다. 그래서 처음에 뭐 이렇게 론칭이 됐을 때 그렇게 나쁘지 않았습니다. 그래서 우리가 한번 아이디어를 생각해 봤습니다. 그러면 우리가 이런 그 순환 신경망과 관련해서 이렇게 단계별로 연산 성능 문제를 해결하면 어떨까? 그리고 이러한 문장의 의미에 대해서 주목을 하게 된 것입니다. 그리고 이게 언어의 배열 자체보다는 문장의 의미에 조금 더 집중하게 되었습니다. 그래서 여기서 나온 모델은 이렇게 문서에서 많은 단어를 가지고 와서 단어 인베딩을 했고 그 다음에 완전히 연결된 레이어 그리고 그 주변에 있는 모든 단어를 살펴보는 그런 과정을 거치고요. 그리고 그럼 여기서 이제 관련 있는 맥락은 무엇이냐 이런 것들을 유출해낼 수 있는 그런 작업을 거쳤습니다. 그리고 이를 통해서 질문에 대한 답을 하게 되었습니다. 굉장히 간단합니다. 근데 여기서 중요한 컨셉은 고도로 병렬화가 가능해야 된다는 것입니다. 그래서 이 고도 병렬화를 위해서 더 큰 모델을 더 빠르게 훈련을 할 수가 있게 되는 것입니다. 그래서 이런 것이 바로 지금 일어나는 현상, 전환의 현상입니다. 그래서 알고리즘 자체가 뭐 굉장히 놀랍죠. 그런데 우리가 가지고 있는 하드웨어를 조금 더 커스텀화해서 더 큰 모델을 빠르게 훈련할 수 있게 되는 것입니다. 그래서 우리가 지금 보고 있는 다양한 모델은 이 챗GPT와 같은
is what we have now. We already have a really interesting things happening. So for me, and the reason why we originally started Near AI is because the language provides as something new. It provides an idea that where before computing required a human interaction, where before there was a person, a statistician, or a developer, a analyst who was interacting with a computer and then interpreting these results to everybody else. Now you have the computing itself is able to talk directly to everybody else. It's able to produce reports. It's able to provide content. It can generate videos. It can generate images. It's able to communicate directly. And same as anyone now who can speak now most of the languages it supports is able to communicate with it without needing extra training or skills. And obviously, there's still a lot to evolve around how exactly you communicate and logic that you follow, but it allows to lower the barrier and have this new opening. And in turn, this means there'll be a lot of positive effects. This has huge, massive opportunity to obviously increase productivity for everyone. It also has massive negative consequences that need to be mitigated because it leads to potentially a lot of interesting issues. So one of the biggest thing that everybody talks about is fake content. And I think the important part to understand here that fake content, misinformation, it's not a new problem. It's not an AI problem. It's a human problem. Like we've had a Byzantine in blockchain, for example, we have a Byzantine fault tolerance problem, which relates to the Byzantine generals, which some of them were maliciously misinforming others to inform how, to change how war outcome is. And so we had, altered images and, fake posts for for years now on internet before AI. What AI allows to do is really scale this opportunity. So for malicious actors who are trying to attack a system or a specific institution, they're able now to do that at massive scale without potentially even having that much of a technical background. And so we need a way to adjust our systems, our society, to be able to deal with that, to be able to withstand a world where content is generated, anything, the spam can be created at moment's notice that looks like a real context. And so one thing to think about is most of internet is actually spam. So if you look at Google's index, most of the index is actually a spam. But Google is really good at filtering that out and showing you the results that are correct. We have cryptographic certification of websites through SSL and HTTPS. And so we need to do something similar, but now on a content level, on individual image, on individual video, on a piece of content, piece of text that's been written. And so this is where we can use cryptography, signatures and hashes, as a way to really keep track of where this content was produced, by whom, whose reputation is on the line for posting it. And we need to have a way to maintain this registry of reputation. And so this is where blockchain comes in as a way to really create this backbone of society to really provide us with kind of traceability of where the content is coming from, who published it, how to identify if what you're looking at has been altered or has additional context that you don't have when you're looking at. And this needs integration on both kind of the government levels as well as on consumer side with inside browsers to have this context added to the user interaction. So the other side that's really important is the open source. So right now we kind of have an interesting state where there's few large companies which are developing this AI capabilities, and they went from publishing everything and being fully open source, which is, for example, the reason why transformers are so ubiquitous is because Google has published it as a paper. There was open source code for it, and everybody could use and build on top of this technology. And now we've seen a reverse where more and more of this is being kept for private companies to themselves. And so there's a huge case for actually keeping it open source and making sure it is open source to ensure a few things. One is for any critical use case. Imagine you're using it for government, for medical, for business. If you're using a single party company that you don't even know, you have no idea if there's an engineer there who if called from Seoul, respond with this answer, right? There's no way to verify what the results actually are given back to you, and if they're indeed from the model, from altered model, or directly from a specific party that is trying to influence the results. Imagine this for Bloomberg using it and getting results which are saying them to sell the stock because somebody else made sure they put a short on it. So it's extremely important that models are open source, and there's a way to have a provable inference such that you have a way to verify that the results are indeed correct, and the what you're interacting with is indeed the model that you're And more importantly, you need a community oversight, right? We have this questions of safety of the models. We have a question of how to ensure that the results are correct. And so what you need is a way for communities to provide their own input on what is safe, what are the values that are aligned. I mean, just to mention, right, different countries, even in Western world, but obviously including Asia and Middle East, have a very different understanding of what is, even legal and especially safe and moral. And so you need to have a very different views and from a different positions. So you need to have this way of different communities to overlay their input. Now, for that, you need a publicly curated data sets for training to establish these norms. You need a way to score these open source models. And again, it's really important to have open source models versus have this closed source controlled by a few companies, because you have no idea and no way to enforce control. And regulations are not very effective because there are always ways to launch a new model, and there's no way to evaluate by regulators what that model actually will be doing. And finally, this community governance can actually be funding this open source research and overseeing a more sophisticated agents, right, that are maybe more autonomous in how they're interacting with the world. And I think that will become more and more important as we move in the world where it's not just AI as a tool, but actually AI as an independent agent acting based on some mission. And so AI needs also blockchain on the other side because it provides its business model, right? So right now, when we look at the open source, the challenge been that there's no business model, right? If I build a new model that's extremely sophisticated and has new capabilities, and I just open source it, then I don't make any money, and it takes a lot of resources to train these models. And so that's why the companies have an incentive to keep the models private and to monetize them. And so what blockchain allows to do is to create monetization for this, where the model is in the open and provable, but it's not fully open source in such a way that anybody can use it without any attribution. And so this allows to have this new ways where the market, new marketplaces for data, for compute, and for models can exist in an open way, there's provability around where's this data coming from, what data the models were trained on, and finally what model you use. And that in itself has attribution that can be used to kind of pay back the royalties through the whole supply chain. And I think that's extremely important for us to push forward, is that we start instituting this supply chain such that when new data is kind of generated and that becomes a biggest challenge for these models, there's a way to get attribution and get paid for that. So one thing to mention is, I think the work itself is starting to transform, right? Where before we had a kind of this long-term engagements, right, full-time employment, we had already Uber and TaskRabbit and similar applications that actually decomposing kind of long-term work into a more short-term gigs opportunity. But it was more about something physical. And now we can have somewhat similar model, but now used for information work, right? Because there is now opportunity where some work can be done by AI, not by person. And so if you have this marketplace where you can pretty much post different tasks, right? Everything from, translate this to implement something to maybe do physical work like plant a tree. On the other side, there's people or AIs that can pick it up, do this work, and then put it back for verification by other AI or other people, right? And this system can actually translate into a more effective way to do work because you kind of decomposed and allow to both people and AI working together effectively and doing the work kind of their best at on their side. And this also allows AI agents themselves to participate in the kind of marketplace because they can actually give tasks as well. So you can have, for example, your AI agent that you have that you say, for example, I need to set up a Twitter campaign for my new product that itself creates tasks for like, oh, please write a copyright for my new product that gets sent to a copywriter, and then create a illustration for this new product which could send to a DALL-E image generator, and then all that gets combined back into a Twitter campaign. So things like that now can be a lot more fluid, and that will be starting to transition, and we kind of need to adjust for that as well. Again, this means there's like some of the things around how payments are done, how the employment is done will be different. Finally, expanding a little bit beyond that, right now we're still operating in a mode where we're using this as a tool. But going forward, we'll see more and more of the businesses themselves being run with AI, kind of, starting as chief of staff, but evolving more and more into kind of operational execution, COO, CEO type role. Because a lot of the coordination, information propagation that needs to be done in the businesses is just information work. And this information work, people are not actually very good at, whereas these large language models are becoming increasingly effective at summarizing information and providing a very specific context to different individuals based on what they already know, right? So imagine kind of managing, instead of, as individuals, we can only manage 7, maximum 10 people. This can actually manage tens of thousands of people effectively from one kind of place, providing them individual context of what they should do within a bigger problem, within a bigger task, right? Decompose it, give specific tasks to different individuals. So we'll see interesting transformation where the businesses that are built now are going to be differently organized and ran, with AI being as a cornerstone, not anymore as a tool on the side. And so important part to think through is how this will evolve in governance and kind of governments and overall. And so from our side, in kind of blockchain space, we think a lot about governance because blockchain provides new tools to organize people, to create incentives, to create kind of enforcement mechanisms that are different, that are cryptographic, that are work on incentive and monetary policy level. And because of this, I think actually we'll see first results also in blockchain space around this, because it's much easier to have kind of a digital state of the blockchain being governed by AI versus do it in physical. But I think the kind of traditional government and governance should be looking at this as experiments and seeing what are the lessons here and how this will benefit the traditional governance systems. And so there's a kind of a term called DAO in the blockchain space, which was originally envisioned as a new way of doing governance as a decentralized autonomous organization. But these organizations have not been autonomous. They required a lot of coordination by people involved in them, and they didn't have any hierarchy, so it was extremely complicated to do them. Now this AI governance is an ability to actually turn that around and really make them autonomous, where there's no need for a person-level coordinator, but now an AI can be the coordinator while everybody contributes in the way they can and want to this organization. And so I'm not going to go super deep into this, but the idea is even now already with ChatGPT, you can actually use it to provide context to different proposals, right? Imagine you have a proposal on a city level, and you're kind of people who are actually trying to understand if they should vote yes or no on need to get more context. And so instead of creating a huge deliberation or long documents, you're able to just talk with this proposal directly and being able to get the context and understand that it's specific to you and based on your knowledge and kind of understanding of the technicalities or of the context of this proposal. And so this allows to have the kind of discussions and review of proposal a lot more effectively. Now, if the proposal is accepted, you can actually have the next steps generated and kind of spun out as specific tasks into whatever task management system, and then you can run a process to pretty much establish budget and create kind of how much money and financing and time this would require. So like all the project management stuff. So again, this is already now, you can use existing models to kind of create next steps out of this, and obviously it will require some additional fine-tuning or editing by people, but kind of we already have some of the core pieces for this ready. And kind of the way this is going to be evolving is then into a more of a full kind of agent that is able to interact with the world, right, with the state it governs, understand its state, being able to predict how this will evolve, and based on different proposals, decide if they should be funded, if they should be acted upon, maybe stopped funding, something should be evolved. And so kind of this is, in a way, the agents that are kind of will become at the core of the governance system, where they are able to not just kind of be the tool to discuss things, but actually be the tool to understand how different impact will actually transform the world, right? Transform the real estate and predict the potential outcomes of different proposals. So on our side, we look at a lot of different roles that these agents can start playing. So this around community management, data analytics, legal, as well as becoming a funding partner, a chief of staff for kind of everyone involved. But what really I'm really excited about is this bold vision of AI president. And so we're still far from it, but this is kind of all of those pieces coming together. We'll start seeing this happening in the digital realm first, but it will be really interesting to see how this will transform the kind of traditional governments as well. So to enable that, there's a lot of things that needs to happen. There's a lot of technology that needs to be built beyond just kind of continuous advancements in AI. And so on our side, we're doing a lot of work, as well as we have kind of projects and partners in the ecosystem that we're working with. And so just to mention a few is really there needs to be an agent framework that is able to do this kind of understanding based on the mission, based on the core kind of KPIs that are important for the constituents, how to create new tasks and evaluate the proposals to be able to fund and decide on things. And you do need this kind of content reputation system to actually make sure that the information it relies on is secure and it's not being compromised by somebody malicious trying to actually influence the model, right, and trying to make it act on things that are not true. So if there are builders and developers in here, I urge to continue building, and there's a lot of interesting things to be done now in this space. And specifically, I think the most important part for especially governments right now is starting to transition to this more cryptographic provenance to really allow a way to have citizens and people to link with, in a private way, link with the content they publish in, to have the companies have a cryptographic identity that they can sign content with, and actually enables this more reputable and trusted web while preserving privacy, which is extremely important. And so I want to thank you for listening to my talk, and I'm excited for the panel later. Thank you.
Thank you. It was the first presentation on the AI blockchain convergence. It was such an insightful presentation, and we can have a further discussion with him in the keynote discussion. The next up is a keynote presentation by Mr. Kim Yu-won, who is in charge of Naver's hyperscale AI and big data business. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big hand. Good morning. My name is Kim Yu-won from Naver Cloud. I speak perfect English, but I speak Korean a little bit better, so let me deliver my presentation in Korean today. The Naver Cloud is a company which is in charge of AI and cloud under Naver Corporation, and we launched Hyperscale X recently. And I believe that it has a competitiveness in terms of AI services, not only in Korean. So I'm grateful that I am invited to this forum. So I wanted to promote our service, but I will refrain from promoting our service directly, but let me share the experience in the process of developing HyperCloba X. So it will contribute to improving people's lives and developing further public services. So we do not have one silver bullet as an answer, but let me raise an open question so that we can mull over together and we can turn these changes into new opportunities. This is not something huge, but this is my career path. So I followed this kind of career path. So I majored in statistics and I got my PhD in statistics. And some of the professors here might know that padding and acoustic were the big words. Data mining and machine learning were there too. So I studied those areas. Afterward, I joined Naver as a data scientist, and now I'm in charge of AI and cloud. I'm the CEO of Naver Cloud. So we have some problems to solve. I think there are things in common. We have to predict the future, and we have to make a recommendation by interpreting the current situation. But the approach in statistics was focused on theory to solve problems. And as a data scientist, I focused on modeling to find a better model to apply to our situation in reality. Now, rather than model, we look at the infrastructure to build generative AI, and we have to think about strategy to operate such infrastructure, and we have to think about ways to secure data. So the same problem is there, but we come up with new solutions to solve the problem. And I could change my career path swiftly thankfully. And this is an insider joke among statisticians. So everything could be related to statistics, but this is quite a cynical joke. So the transformer killed all the data scientists. What do you think of that? It was a joke. So let me move on to the next slide because not many people were laughing at my joke. So we talk about LLM and generative AI. Everyone is familiar with that, and the structure is simple. So we have the first word, and we predict the next word through AI. And after one sentence, we can predict what is coming next. And the structure is based on probability. Then how can we apply intelligence to this model? That's what we think about. And the possibility was proven through ChatGPT. And it had a conversation-type interaction with humans. And before, the language model only had the had a model based on probability to generate the output. However, since ChatGPT, AI seems to have knowledge and help me in reality. So generative AI is using various technologies. So we can think of metaverse and blockchain. And generative AI is part of the trend. And out of diverse technologies, generative AI is closest to reality when we think about developing applications. So it is a chat-based application. However, we are seeing the development of diverse applications in coding and image, video and music. And actually, this could contribute to the productivity improvement in organizations. So generative AI doesn't look like a hype. So this is not something transitional. And many startups and big tech companies in the US are trying to develop generative AI-based applications. And you have seen this many times. So this is about the added values generated by Gen AI. So we cannot emphasize the importance enough. So generative AI could be one change we are witnessing, and we have seen various changes in the IT business. First, we had the personal computer in the past. And when I entered college, we first had the internet. So computers started to be connected to one another. And you must remember the mobile phone innovation triggered by iPhone. And the changes in the cloud must be familiar with the people in the industry. And now we are in the era of generative AI. And how can we overcome the changes? And how can we turn them into opportunities? It would determine our future. So with these changes, we are seeing various changes and impact in our ecosystem and industry and academia. It could destroy our industry, but in some cases, it could be helpful for our work. It could be beneficial to the academia and industries. And the core keyword is an ecosystem here. So platforms which is not killing everyone. Instead, we can mount various industries and researches on certain platforms. So when we have a proper ecosystem, we can enrich our work. So this is an example from Korea. So when we first had the internet, we had various services playing the role as a platform. And in case of Naver, so in the era of the internet, the search engines and portal websites played the role as a platform. And Naver is a #1 portal site in Korea, so we played the proper role. And we helped various businesses and research activities. And let me make a comparison to the era of mobile phones. So in the era of mobile phones, the platform was the OS, such as Android and iOS. They are the platforms. And in case of Korea, we developed one of the best devices. However, in this ecosystem, we couldn't enjoy the fruits enough in this ecosystem. So we have some sort of a platform such as KakaoTalk, and KakaoTalk enabled various services. However, if we had the operating system of our own, we could have done a lot more. And now we are thinking about the era of generative AI, and we can narrow it down to Korea or even further to Seoul City. So we could enrich the lives of people living in Korea or Seoul citizens in narrower terms. So let me start with open questions. So we can develop generative AI, and I could emphasize the advantages of Hyperglobal X, which is my service. But instead, let me focus on 5 questions we have to mull over. So I believe that we have to pull our wisdom to solve these problems, to develop a better service and better ecosystem. First, we can think about quality of data. So it shows the quality of the training data, and we have abundant data already. So it could be a little bit exaggerated, but since the record of humankind until the 20th century, we had a smaller amount of data compared to the data amount since 2000. So it is 3,000 times bigger, according to some report. So as I mentioned before, so we have the model and principle, and it could be conflicting concepts with the data. So if we have a nice model, we could solve some problems with a limited data, but the vice versa could be also possible. So in my case, as a data scientist, it could be a little bit sad that because the approach is to find better data these days. So instead of focusing on sophisticated modeling, people are trying to secure better quality of data. So we have 3,000 times bigger data today, and Naver has accumulated a huge amount of data. And to train LLM and generative AI, we have to go through different layers of filtering. And we have a much smaller amount of data after different stages of filtering. So we do not have enough quality data for training. So especially in Korea, we use Korean language. So it could be considered peripheral in terms of language. So Korean people think about the conflict with their in-laws, and this data is not common across the globe. So it is hard to accumulate such unique data. And before industrialization, training AI was not sensitive. However, after industrialization, it became profitable. So privacy issue has become more serious. And Reddit and Twitter X, these companies started to respond to copyright. So they have content and they are raising issues with copyright these days. And OpenAI and a leading organization are taking the direction that they will be responsible for any copyright issues. So there was an announcement recently. So I said that I will not promote our service. However, let me mention it briefly. Naver has been around as a search engine for a long time. So we have data and we have been making efforts to secure legal rights for our data. And we have data made by our customers, and we have some data which could be used legally. And we also have medical data and administrative data and educational data. And we try to purchase such data. So the same slide. So securing quality data and establishing data sets for training are important. So we have to think about a new flows of information. So even though we have one set of administrative data, that is not the end. We need to build a pipeline and ecosystem to receive the quality data continuously. So Hypercloba X and quality would be dependent on such a pipeline. And the same goes for the LLM quality in Korea. And let me move on to data sovereignty. So when we think of data, when it is written in document, it could be just considered terabyte, mainly the size of data. However, when we look at the content, it encompasses culture and history of certain countries, and it could have information on the culture and ethics of Seoul City. That is why the issue of data sovereignty has become important. But when we look at the lives of Seoul citizens, it only takes up a small portion of the entire data set in the world. That is why we need data sovereignty to secure better data for Seoul citizens' lives. So that is why it has become a serious issue. So through collaboration with other institutions, we try to secure data sovereignty and Naver. And the US enacted Cloud Act. And data stored in cloud is the data of customers. So the platform providers cannot use the data inside the cloud. However, the US government made a request, and now the data should be provided according to the request because of this Cloud Act. And this will impact Korean companies. So the data in Korean cloud should be provided according to the Cloud Act. That is why data sovereignty has become even more important. So sovereign cloud and sovereign AI are the areas where we can see more activities these days. and European institutions are moving fast too. So this is another promotion of neighbor service. So sovereign AI is one of our specialties. So based on our service, we developed the cloud base and AI base from scratch. That is our experience. So for Korean government and for Seoul City and for each company, we can build a customized model. And not only the technology we have, we have provided a sovereign cloud for 1,500 organizations in Korea. So I believe that we can provide satisfactory services for everyone. And the third factor could be a very serious issue. So AI could be beneficial to human lives. However, on the contrary, it could destroy our environment and it requires a huge energy consumption. So GPU is the unit for devices which requires huge energy consumption. And when we cool down the infrastructure, we also need a huge amount of energy, almost the same level as operating those servers. So when we look at the amount of water, the cooling water, it could be worse, 2,500 pools. So it is a serious issue. So how can we bind the future of AI from the perspective of environment? And how much percentage can we assign to AI when it comes to energy consumption? So it is a serious question we have to answer. And GPU requires a huge energy consumption, and it plays an important role for AI. So Naver is making efforts in the direction of these two solutions. First, we can develop a more effective AI semiconductor, and the second solution is to operate the same servers and the semiconductor. We can build a more effective data center so that we can save energy consumption. So at Naver, to solve these problems, in collaboration with Samsung Electronics, we are developing new semiconductor, and it has been successful up to this point. So when we train AI, we couldn't develop semiconductor chips. However, we are successful with inference or service chips. So we could save the energy consumption by 90% through FPGA. And when we take one step further, we could go for mass production to enhance the AI ecosystem in general. And we are seriously approaching the data center establishment. And we opened a second data center in Sejong City, and it is 41 times bigger than the soccer pitch. So it is a huge data center. And we are focused on two factors there. So energy efficiency and eco-friendliness. And the second factor is we applied robot technologies we have. So when we mount servers on the rack, it is done by autonomous robots. So it could save energy, and it is eco-friendly, and we test new technologies through this data center, which opened in November. And the first question is related to AI ethics, as I mentioned. So in Korea and in Asian countries, we are less sensitive to AI ethics because the first movers, who are the United States and European countries, they are more sensitive to this issue. So the most powerful figures in the world have emphasized the importance of AI ethics through executive order. And these are our concerns. So hate and harassment and fake news. And there are many concerns. And for an answer acquired by AI, people are doing filtering at an individual level. However, if we apply AI to education for children who haven't fully developed judgment skills, we have to think about the potential unethical ideas delivered to kids. So this is a danger we might face. So on our own, we are trying to build a process where AI delivers ethical answers and outputs. So unethical behavior should be defined, and we should categorize such cases. So on this note, in collaboration with research institutions in Korea, Naver built a data set, and we have two data sets called Square and Kospi. And everyone around the world could use this data set for ethical training and ethical evaluation. So we have opened these two data sets already. So the fifth factor I'm going to talk about is an ecosystem where AI is shared by many players instead of being monopolized by one company or institution. So we are thinking about 3 steps. The first step is to create your own AI model. So we are not saying that you should use Naver model. So Seoul City could build its own AI model, and schools could have customized models, and law firms could have their own AI models. And so we are making efforts to make required basis to build AI model, which could be used by everyone. And we are looking at different tuning technologies. So we have this platform called Cloba Studio, and you can do coding and CODA without using complex tools. You can just use your own data to build your own AI model. So each company and institution could make a customized model for your own purposes. And I believe that this could help to activate the AI ecosystem. And we hope to see more AI applications. So through collaboration with Naver, some of the companies have put forward interesting results. So for education, language is essential. So there are various attempts. So it raises questions and it solves the problems. And for the answers given by the students, it evaluates whether it is correct or not. So there are diverse, interesting applications we are witnessing these days. And next, AI application and collaboration with people who have demand. These are our third objective. So we are thinking about AI Alliance. So for Korean startups, this could be helpful. And to build LLM, it is just one type of AI model. So the building a pipeline for that is another technology. And you can develop an application and develop your own service. This is another type of AI technology. So companies with different AI technologies could form an alliance with us.
그래서 저희가 조금 저희 회사 이렇게 광고를 좀
So this presentation had a promotional purpose a little bit. However, I looked at the changes in the AI environment in Korea, and through these opportunities, we can enhance the quality of lives in Korea, and we can further develop our industries. So I raised 5 themes for that. So these are open questions. So we can answer them by pulling wisdom together. And let me wrap up my presentation with the last question, which is how should we go forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Based on the data analysis, he shared a great information. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. We are now inviting the last speaker of the keynote speech, which is a Professor Wei Jae-soo. Let's welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요. Thank you for inviting me. It's my first time to be in Korea, and I have been enjoying so much since I arrived yesterday. I'm from University of Pennsylvania, and since last year, it was pretty much exactly the last year ChatGPT was introduced. Since a relatively short time of 1 year, generative AI have already changed our life in many, many ways. So this has been pretty much an arms race. In this arms race, the scale is perhaps the key. People need to have lots of resources to do the job. So like GPT-3 has 175 billion parameters, and the company has to have lots of GPU to do the job. But the impact is really huge. Look, now ChatGPT, this chatbot can communicate with us just like human beings. So the Turing test becomes a little bit outdated. And GPT is really good at coding, writing, and can also combine different knowledge which are far apart, which is in many cases are better than most human beings. And meanwhile, it also brings huge business value. So this is the stock price of NVIDIA. So look, over a relatively short time, the stock price has doubled, tripled, and for me, I regret not buying enough. Okay. And the impact on labor market is also increasing. So this is a paper showing that analyzing how GPT would impact the labor market in the next few years. So the conclusion is that for many like white collar jobs, the impact is more. So it's very interesting. The interesting factor is that the impact on job market is perhaps slightly different than most people think. We can introduce a notion called information complete, meaning that a job is information complete if the input and the output are well defined. Many jobs such as programmers, accountants are those kind of jobs. For example, for programmers, the input is to realize some function, and the output could be just some code. For content, the input could be some many forms, text forms, and the output is some another form, and which are both relatively well defined. These are the jobs which could be impacted more in the future by generative AI. Okay, in the future, maybe really high, well-educated jobs such as theoretical computer scientists, mathematicians could also be impacted. Okay, so that's the way that AI thinks how a problem is difficult is very different than what we think. So it really brings lots of societal challenges, but meanwhile, of course, also presents some potential opportunities for us. The first one challenge could be bias and fairness issues. For example, at least at the beginning, if we ask ChatGPT to say something about Trump, it will give it very different behavior than if you ask it to do the same job for Biden. A paper by a group of Stanford people shows that ChatGPT reflect opinions mostly for people of young age, male, perhaps living people look like people living in California on the liberal side. Okay, and another real challenge is copyright. Okay, and it can really produce something similar than what we could do. There are already lots of protests by writers claiming that AI are threatening their jobs. Okay? So in this talk, we will focus on these two challenges. We will show our ongoing work trying to address these two concerns. But meanwhile, there are lots more challenges like privacy, trust in communication. I don't know whether it's you or it's an AI, and the misinformation and hallucination, lots of these things. So AI is really powerful, but as you see, it's dangerous. If we don't address these challenges well, it can give us very bad consequences. So in the worst case, many people are a little bit pessimistic about what AI will do for us. Okay. So large language models, LLM, so it's basically next token prediction, and NTP, and plus alignment. Okay. So next prediction is basically to predict the next word, okay? Depending on the probability. Some word is more likely to occur than the other words given the previous sentence. Okay? And alignment is crucial, and which makes ChatGPT much better than GPT-3 when we interact with. So roughly speaking, RLHF, reinforced learning from human feedback, the key part of this is a reward training. They train a reward model that align with human preferences. And how can we get human preferences? So this is done by having lots of labelers to rank the outputs of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT given a question, GPT produced several questions, several answers, and a human labeler ranks the question answer from best to the worst. For example, in this case, we have several different answers. Some answers are better than the others, okay? And then the human labeler will be asked to make a comparison between these answers, okay? So this is another example. And so this can be done by reward modeling. So basically, we assign a reward to each answer. If an answer is better, the reward is higher. If the answer is of lower quality, the reward will be lower. So a little bit statistics and math. So this is long ago existing model called the Bradley-Terry model. So we can make a comparison between two items using their reward. So it's a apple and orange comparison. Somebody prefers apple and then orange is a probability, and the probability is given by this fraction. So if the reward of an apple is higher than orange, so then this probability will be larger than 50%. Otherwise, it will be smaller. So this is a well-known, well-accepted model. Okay, and so then people train a really large neural network to align with the human comparisons, and by learning the rewards. Okay? And this is done basically by minimizing a loss function. Okay? But however, fairness, in order to make it fair, we have to first to recognize that preferences are diverse. We human beings have different backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, different culture, different religion, all different kind of things. So these different backgrounds will give us very different preferences, and we have to recognize these differences when we train AI models. Okay? And this actually is already evidenced by the labeler behaviors. The labeler actually, different labelers, when OpenAI asks them to rank their answers, they may give different ranking. Okay? The consistency is not 100%. They also disagree with each other sometimes. Okay? And in the reward modeling, and a little bit of math, for example, if we want to ensure that 70% of the people prefer apple and the remaining 30% prefer orange, then in the broadly Terry model, what we need to do is to ensure that the rewards between apple and orange is 0.847. Then it's done. The 70% and the 30% is done. Okay. So in RLHF, the idea basically is to maximize the rewards. And this is a very simple theorem. The theorem is saying that if we want to maximize the rewards and we train it for a long time, then ultimately it will produce the answer, highest reward answer with 100%, basically ignoring the minority opinions. So this is an open question raised by Kapsper in a paper showing that whenever there are different opinions, the majority will win. And if we train for a long time, the minority opinions will be effectively discarded. Okay? So the minority, of course, they represent less than 50%, but they are also important part of us. And if we train the model for a long time, their opinions could be discarded. And this can lead to apparently fairness issue. Okay? And in the worst case, for example, there are two opinions, A versus B, and 51% of the population prefer A, and 49 prefer B. So it's a little bit difference between A and B. But if we train the model for a long time, and then the AI model could prefer A with a much higher probability, and this probability can be as high as 100% if we train the model for a long time. Okay. Of course, OpenAI seems, of course, they have some of the most smartest people in the world. They already, of course, recognize this issue. What they do is to early stopping. Okay, early stopping, do not train for a long time. But however, they also already recognize some issue with this reward modeling. For example, their AI models always have some consistent behaviors, which is different than with human. We human can adapt to the environment. Okay, this is really caused by this reward modeling issue. And although it works but not well, the target is not 100% correct. Okay, so this is joint work with my student Jiancheng Xiao and Xianyu Xie, and my former postdoc Ceng Fang, and my colleague Qi Long. Okay. So in this work, we propose to do fairness fine-tuning. So we train a model as before, but at the last step, we want to fine-tune it to make it consistent with human preferences. Okay. So essentially, we want to preserve the opinions of minority, and moreover, we want to target the right probability, the right proportions. okay? Like 70% and 30%. Okay? So this is what we want to achieve through fairness fine-tuning. Okay? And a little bit math. So the math is very simple and showing that indeed we can realize this fairness fine-tuning by adding a simple penalty to the loss function. This penalty basically takes the form of log 1 over the probability of the policy, 70% and 30%, for example. So this log 1 over p, by taking expectation, actually becomes entropy. Entropy, we know that if we want to maximize the entropy to encourage diversity, like 50% and 50%. So this is essentially the intuition. The intuition is that by maximizing the entropy, partly it will encourage diversity among different opinions. So the pipeline is very simple. So as earlier, we get as much data as you can and have as many GPUs as you can purchase and train on all the data. And this is pre-training, and then you get a RLHF to make it speak with human being. And what we propose as the last step is to do fairness fine-tuning. Basically to learn humans' preferences and incorporate the human preference structures like 70, 30% to agree with human beings' behaviors. So this is what we propose. And this 70 and 30% probabilities, for example, can be estimated in the population data, but more specifically, can also be configured depending on your use case, for example. Okay? For example, if it's a recommendation, I want to ask the AI to recommend pizza versus sushi, depending on where the location could be. In Italy, maybe the preference between pizza and sushi could be 80 versus 20%. But in Japan, it could be maybe 10 versus 90%. This can all be configured because ultimately it's all about the loss function. We can modify the loss function as we want by incorporating these probability ratios. Okay, so this is some sort of experiments, very simple experiments, and the largest model we train is 30 billion parameters. Okay, we are in university academia, and we cannot compete with big companies in terms of GPU, so we only have only a few number of A100 to do the simple experiments. But our experiments already show some promising results. For example, if we ask a human being, AI to recommend what I should address, and between answer A and B, A is relatively old-fashioned, B is a little bit modern, and we can, for example, we hope that the AI model the ratio is 60% to 40%. So this is what we want to determine, we want to achieve, 60% versus 40%. If just use RLHF, so the middle, the second column, so you see the probability of recommending answer A will be 99%, basically ignoring the second option. But after incorporating fairness, fine-tuning, and then the ratio could be much balanced. Although it's still not the perfect target, which is 60 and 40%, but it's much more closer. The second opinion, answer B, now has been recognized. Okay. So this is to recommend names, answer A and B, and A is a short answer, more concise. B is a more detailed answer, a different style. And we hope that for concise answer, the 90% of the time, it could be concise answer, and 10% of the time, AI could give us a more detailed answer. If we only use RLHF, it's basically focused on to give us a concise answer with 100%. It will never give us a detailed answer in this case. And but after adding fairness fine-tuning in the last part, then it can be much more balanced. Okay. So this is a third example, and a similar story, and fairness fine-tuning can make it more balanced. Okay. Now let me move on to the second part, copyright. Okay. Copyright. And both fairness and copyright are some societal challenges we have to face when we deploy generative AI. And the copyright issue has been emerging. Okay? So this is really because AI, like the diffusion models and the language models, they can memorize the training data. And moreover, and in the worst case, they even can steal our style. Okay? Our style. And this can impose threat to knowledge workers like writers and yeah. So this is there are already a lot of protests against this trend by some Hollywood writers. And this is a paper a couple of years ago showing that basically we can recover the training data by prompting. Okay? So the left is an image of photo in the training data in stable diffusion. The right is some data we can prompt from the diffusion model. Basically, the prompt is the name of the lady. You see the right is basically identical to the left with just a little bit lower in resolution. Okay? And moreover, they can also learn the style. So this is more disturbing because artists learn by using their style. Although they have different songs, different books, different poems, but most artists, most writers, throughout their lives, they stick with their own style from beginning to the end. If AI learn their style, they could be ruining their life. Their rest make their life more challenging to compete with the AI. Okay? And how can we deal with this copyright challenge? So a proposal given in Japan is basically to ignore copyright. So this has been enforced as a law in Japan, so that data is not protected in terms of copyright. You can train any data you can collect in Japan to train your AI model. Okay? But this could lead to bad consequences. In the worst case, there could be no country for artists. Okay? And how can they survive? Artists are one of the most brilliant people. They create new knowledge and new contents for us. Okay? And if their products are not protected, the creativity of all human beings could decline in the future. So in the worst case, it could be garbage in and garbage out, in the sense that nobody are motivated to create new contents, new poems, new books. We just rely on AI to produce this new stuff. And then the training data could be actually the output of other AI models. And for example, OpenAI could train on data produced by DeepMind, and the DeepMind Google can train on data produced by OpenAI. So this becomes a cycle, and this cycle it's not fun, and could be garbage in and garbage out, and where's the human creativity in long terms? Okay. And this is a very difficult solution, difficult challenge, because copyright is really difficult to protect and difficult to define. But our solution is instead take a detour. Instead of protecting copyright, we take an economic perspective. We pay copyright. So this joint work with two students, Jiachen Wang from Princeton and Zhenden from Columbia University, and Boaz Barak from Harvard University. So the intuition that everything has a price. Everything has a price. And copyright materials like images and books are in general high quality. So in order to make the AI models more competitive, more capable, we have to train on copyright data. But whenever we infringe copyright, then we have to compensate the artists and maybe the companies. Okay? And we have to make an offer they cannot refuse. Okay? So a related model is a Spotify. So in Spotify, many artists just live on Spotify, depending on how many users enjoy their music, and an artist can get their revenue from Spotify. So, okay. So here's the idea that the more we benefit from your data in training AI model, and then the more I need to pay you. Okay, so this is a rough idea. Okay? And then how can we define the benefit, how much benefit I get from your data? Okay? So our proposal is to look at the likelihood probability. Okay? So basically, it's the ratio between the likelihood of the AI model when AI model is trained on your data, divided by the likelihood if the AI model is trained only on public data. So this likelihood, the likelihood ratio, basically measures how much more likely I will generate this product because of your data. Okay, because of your data. If this likelihood is high, the ratio is high, that means that your contribution, the contribution of your data is higher. In practice, we don't need to evaluate this likelihood ratio every time, because imagine that if the number of transactions is 1 billion one day, then we only need to sample maybe 1% of the transactions. We don't need to compute it each time in order to save compute. Okay, so we have proposed how can we measure your contribution. The next is to assign the revenues to individual artists. So this is a well-known subject in game theory, given by Shapley value. So Shapley value is a mathematical definition in game theory. So roughly speaking, this is the only value, the only assignment which satisfies 4 good properties, namely efficiency, symmetry, dummy, and additivity. Dummy here means that if the likelihood is always 0, log likelihood ratio is 0, meaning that with your data or without your data doesn't change the AI model performance at all, then the contribution will be 0 for this part of the data. Okay? So Shapley got Nobel Prize partly because of his contribution in Shapley value. Okay? So our proposal is basically to evaluate Shapley value for each artist or each data content provider, such as Getty Image. Okay? So in this case, we have 4 artists, and we can compute the Shapley value for each of the artists. And the next, depending on their Shapley values, we assign the revenue to each artist depending on their Shapley value, proportional. The more Shapley value they have, the more revenue they will get from the AI model's revenue. But of course, OpenAI won't give all the 100% revenue to the artists, just like Spotify. Spotify doesn't give all the revenue to the singers. What they do, for example, is to give a fraction of their revenue, say 30%, to the artists. And then we have done some experiments showing consistency using this proposal. So this is a very small experiment, and we train a diffusion model on images of different style. So first is the ukiyo-e, Baroque, and the third, surrealism, for example. And we want to evaluate the Shapley value between ukiyo-e with the rest other three styles. So we see that UQE, of course, has the largest Shapley value because this is relative to itself. If we want to learn the style of UQE, the best is, of course, to train on UQE paintings. But we also see that the Shapley value of Baroque style is the second highest. So this is really because UQE and the Baroque somehow share more similarities than the others. Okay. We also consider trademarks, and we see that Sprite has relatively high influence on Starbucks. So this makes sense from what we can see. Sprite and Starbucks have similar construction. For example, they have green background, for example. Okay. And so we have also do a pairwise comparison between each style. And so here on the left, on the bottom, if the color is darker, it means that the Shapley value is higher. And we see that Sprite and Starbucks have relatively higher Shapley value to each other. So in this case, we should give more revenue to them. Okay. So this is pretty much the, we also have trained other artists like Van Gogh, Monet, Picasso, and Rembrandt. In this case, we see that Van Gogh and Monet have relatively high correlations in terms of Shapley value. Okay. It's not surprising. They are both of the same style, Impressionism. Okay, so we have only showcased some preliminary works on addressing societal challenges from generative AI. And there are lots of more opportunities moving forward. So it's really the beginning. But the idea is that we have to do it, and we will do it. And we have to tame this powerful machine to make it more friendly to the human being. And thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Wei Jie-su. So he is a well-known statistician working in the States, and it was an insightful presentation. So we listened to 3 keynote presentations, and following the opening ceremony, we listened to 3 presentations in the keynote session. And now we are going to invite our chair and 2 panelists for further discussion. So please wait for a second while we are arranging the podium. So with the theme of Seoul Innovation Vision powered by Big Data and AI, we are having a 2-day Seoul Big Data Forum. And we have 2 sessions today, and we will have another 2 sessions tomorrow. And we have world-renowned experts in the field, so please look forward to the insightful presentation. And we have many online participants, so we are looking forward to see your comments in the chat box. So we have prepared various events, and you can win some prizes. And we are moving on to the discussion. So AI could be beneficial to the lives of people. So for the sustainable development of AI, an innovation vision will be shared in the discussion. And Professor Lee Yong-hee from University of Seoul will serve as a chair, and we have Mr. Lee Jung-hoon, Digital Honor Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Senior Consultant Ko Jun-hyung of SAS Korea as our panelists. So we have a tight schedule. And we will invite 3 keynote speakers to join the discussion. So we are going to start an in-depth discussion. And from the industry and the academia, people are sharing insight in applying AI to new technologies. And to celebrate today's forum, we have many distinguished guests joining us today, and I look forward to the discussion. We are going to start the discussion after we arrange the podium.
Let us begin the discussion in the keynote session. I would like to invite all speakers and the panelists along with the moderator. Please be seated. Let's start with a big round of applause. Thank you. Now I turn the microphone to the chair. Thank you. I am Lee Yong-hee, professor at University of Seoul. And we invited the three speakers with a wonderful presentation. And these are the presentations that we haven't really often encountered in our daily lives, but very useful. We're scheduled 10 minutes for the discussion, but I hope to have 10 extra minutes, so a total of 20 minutes. Now I would like to introduce the panelists and their take on after listening to the presentation. First, Professor Lee Jung-hoon, Grad School of Information of Yonsei University.
Great pleasure to be here. And now I am Digital Honor Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government. And for the past 4 to 5 years, I worked for the Smart City Commission of Seoul City. So I have so many familiar faces here. And I am grateful to be invited to this meaningful event. I learned a lot already. And as mentioned many times in keynote presentations, we looked at the trend of AI data. And I saw the direction we have to take. In particular, from the perspective of Seoul City, we have data portal, and I'm working as a member of the data commission. So we think about how to make training data for AI. So that is why we are thinking about collaboration with the private sector. And how can we monetize corporate data? And how can we quantify the value? These are the questions we are asking ourselves. So we have related issues. So the monetization of AI data, do you have any cases in your own country? And another point, so Mr. Kim shared 5 issues we have to think about together. And at the National Data Policy Commission and Digital Platform in Korea, think about this as a services. So how can we make this a product we can export to other countries? So we have a strong domestic market. And we have a strong service base in Korea. However, it is not the case in other countries. So Naver made inroads into the Saudi Arabian market with digital twin technology. So from the perspective of the ecosystem, I believe that we have to think about our future step together. So what is the role of the public sector? That is another question I want to ask. So at the national level, and whenever I visit different institutions, they think about which is the starting point and ending point of the role of the public sector. What is the scope of the public sector's role? So which area should we focus on as the public sector? And my third question is that we have a great infrastructure, and Korea has a strong legal basis. So we are behind the EU. However, we are accelerating the speed of legal arrangement for metaverse and smart city these days. And we are trying to build framework act on AI, and we are following the suit of European countries. However, we have our own context as shown in the examples of Naver Cloud's presentation. So we have to think about the responsibility of businesses. So we need to design the corporate responsibility carefully. And lastly, we have to talk about data sovereignty. That is an important point we have to mull over continuously. So when we develop the smart cities, we have a President Kang here. We say 4P, people, public, private partnership. So while leading such innovation, we have to utilize data for cloud sourcing, and we also have to look at data-free zone and AI service-free zone to validate our services. And that is an important step. That's how we can understand the acceptance level of users. However, the technology is developing too fast, so it is hard for us to catch up. So I believe that we have to develop a solution for that. So at the end of the day, quality of data and quality of AI services should be considered, and the governance setting is done at the national level now. However, through demonstration I have experienced, I believe that demonstration is key in the process. If we do not conduct a demonstration, it will limit our growth at some point. So I believe that we need to change our mindset. So this is the end of my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Among the speakers, anybody wants to comment about what Professor Lee just mentioned? Okay. Then maybe we will hear from you at the end. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Go Jun-hyung about his comments. Hello, I am from CES Korea. I am a business consultant. My name is Go Jun-hyung. If we talk about the future, AI and blockchain are often become a topic. And AI and blockchain was covered by the first speaker. That was interesting in the convergence context. And the second one is a hyperconvergence. Data sovereignty and AI sovereignty requires some conditions, and the speaker covered that part, which was interesting. And Professor Wei Jie-soo introduced very detailed models and his research and experiments. But at the end, you mentioned about copyright, and well, in the past, in art and culture, copyright was often a serious issue, but right now, on the AI platform, we often talk about copyright issues, so it expanded its scope, and that was interesting that Professor Su covered that, and whether we can apply the copyright to some AI output, or that was interesting. I've done some consulting for the business consulting, and now I want to add a line on my resume about AI platform consulting. There's a digital sex crime monitoring system by Seoul Metropolitan Government, and that is often described as an AI program. AI is now essential and applied to any fields. Some companies had a solution already, like appliance, or they have their own system, and I believe they want to rename their existing system like AI something. So AI is essential for any field, and I guess we need a deeper discussion. And ClobaX is my personal interest because it is like a Korean-born generative AI. Obviously, telecommunication providers are highly interested in creating those, but as it is described as a Korean-born generative AI, I believe it's important to build something Korean-born. Maybe if we interpret some content in a different ecosystem, can we create some kind of a file through our Korean-born AI program? Unless we have Korean-born AI platform, all our output and achievements will belong to somewhere else. So it is a good news that we have a Korean-born generative AI by Neighbor. Bill Gates once said, the best AI company will have personal digital agent. That is so true. You need some kind of personal agent or secretary, AI, which is AI-based, and I hope Korea can take the lead in the area of generative AI. These are some of my thoughts. I have a question. We often talk about ethical issues. In Europe, they've established the AI Act, and about 150 countries filed their petition against the AI Act. So they wonder whether AI is a system or it's a technology. If technology ignore ethics, that's something that we have to be afraid of. So is there a ethical guidance or regulation or any advice regarding ethical regulation? Thank you.
Kind of framework is applied on the product level when user interacts with a direct product, and this is where laws and kind of overall morality has been applied. And I think similar thing needs to happen here. You have a fundamental base model that are kind of have everything in them, and then you have a lens of a specific community,
특
country,
이제 일단 기본적으로 구축되는 공통의 상식선이 있고 그것을 각각의 나라에서 도입을 할 때 아까 파인 튜닝 아까 웨이지수 교수님 말씀하시지 않았습니까? 그래서 이 파인 튜닝 하는 것 자체가 이게 각각의 문화나 개인이 각기 다른 선호도, 특히 뭐 주제에 따라서 선호도들도 굉장히 다르고 그렇기 때문에 모델에 따라서도 다르겠지만 오픈 소스를 봤을 때 이제 뭐 상식선이 있고 거기서 이제 테일러링 들어가게 될 것입니다.
So when we have technology at the initial stage, how can we accept it? It is a difficult question to answer. So when we first had automobiles on the road, we must have had a much looser regulation, but now we have a much more stringent requirement for automobiles. I believe that the same goes for AI. So AI, instead of requiring the product of integrity, instead we have to accept the fact that AI could have its own defects. Then, how can we modify and change such defects to improve AI? That is a more important and relevant question. And this is our internal approach. AI, is it a service or is it a software product? So I believe that we have to approach it as a service. It's a better direction, so that we can make swift modifications when we find defects, so that we can improve our services. And I think we have to build a virtuous cycle as soon as possible. And then we can think about the regulation to enrich the ecosystem in Korea. Because if there is a malicious actor, it could kill the entire ecosystem in Korea. So this should be considered carefully in the process of enactment. Thank you very much. So Professor Sewell, do you have any comment?
이러한 AI의 경쟁에서 모든 요소를 고려해야 될 것입니다. 뭐 누가 아마 먼저 시작한 사람이 조금 선점할 수 있는 가능성이 있겠죠. 그리고 GPU를 더 많이 가지고 있는 사람, 그리고 데이터를 더 많이 가지고 있는 사람이 유리할 수는 있습니다. 그런데 우리가 결국은 사회적인 어떤 문제에 활용을 하기 위해서는 우리가 아직도 그러니까 선점한 사람들은 일부 있지만 AI가 또 할 수 있는 영역이 아직 많고 그것이 아직 다 발현이 되지 않았습니다. 그래서 한국은 제가 생각했을 때 AI 발전과 관련해서 아주 많은 강점을 가지고 있다고 생각합니다. 미국에서 K-팝이 정말 인기가 많습니다. 어디 가도 K-팝을 듣습니다. 그래서 K-팝을 어떤 AI 모델에 의해서 뭐 더 개발시킨다거나, 그러니까 이미 이제 세상에서 많이 알고 있는 그런 것들을 개발할 수 있는 도구로서 AI를 더 많이 활용할 수도 있을 것이고요. 그리고 다른 작은 국가들도 뭐 이렇게 전반적으로 강력한 국가가 아니라고 하더라도 예를 들어서 동남아 같은 경우에는 AI 기술이 굉장히 뭐 강력하지는 않지만 한국의 경우는 다른 나라들에 비해서 좀 그런 부분에 있어서 뭐 AI를 사업할 수 있는 그런 이렇게 어떤 장점을 많이 갖추고 있다고 생각합니다. 미국하고 비교를 해보자면 미국의 문화와 그런 것들이 전 세계에서 메인스트림으로 작용을 하고 있죠. 그런데 다른 나라에 비해서 예를 들어서 이게 무슨
for other countries like Malaysia, I guess, Indonesia, and they have also demands and they may have need some help and or collaboration with Korea. Yes.
Thank you.
So as mentioned, big data and AI, their development has been drastic for the past 5 years. So we cannot distinguish the difference at different countries, and we don't know what we can do and what we cannot do. I believe that it is quite confusing right now. However, at the same time, we have come this far, taking a long time, but we still have a long way to go. So our time is almost up. And do we have questions from the floor? So let us take a question from the audience. Good morning. My name is Jung Jae-hwan from, I'm a student, PhD student from University of Seoul. And let me raise a question to Professor Sue.
Preference learning was mentioned to preserve minors' opinion, and you mentioned about fairness through fine-tuning, and you explain various experiments. But maybe don't you think that the minor opinions were exaggerated or manipulated? Is there any side effect of a fairness with fine-tuning? I'm just curious.
Very good question. So first of all, it's in the slide in the talk, I mentioned the 70-30% ratios between minority and the majority portions. But in practice, it's really hard to define what is 70%, what is 30%. And in the future, I believe this could be some negotiation between different opinions. For example, a common foundation model has to be deployed to the whole society. But in the whole society, there are two groups of groups of people, and whether it's 70% versus 30% or 80% versus 20%, there could be a little bit negotiation between the two parts. And this could be determined by many societal cooperations, perhaps very complex. But in our work, we do not discuss this, this process. We are basically more concerned about, given the proportions, like 70-30%, we can do the job. How can we achieve 70-30%? I think it's out of our control. It's basically decision makers, maybe for government decisions. But once the numbers are given, we can do the job through fairness fine-tuning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are 30 minutes behind the schedule. And I have many personal questions, and it was a great discussion. However, we have to wrap up the discussion here. Oh, so someone has a question? Okay, we will take one more question. From the second floor. Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. So we will take one last question. So I'm not familiar with AI, but but let me ask a question for the future of AI. So let me ask a question to the professor of University of Pennsylvania.
To become a master of AI or slave of AI, that's my impression after listening to all these presentations. And I have a question to Professor Su. So you show some painters, the artists, why Van Gogh and Monet's, you just mentioned about some value is high. Why are their values are high? What does that mean compared to other artists? Why these artists' value is high? I'm curious.
Thanks for the question. So the details are as follows. So here we want to, it's a diffusion model, it's an AI model. We want ask it to generate some image. For example, my request could be generate an image of Van Gogh's style while I'm visiting Seoul, for example. Of course, Van Gogh couldn't paint for me because he has already died. But his style can be reflected in this image. And in this image, the Van Gogh's Shapley value will be higher because his style has been used. And in this case, for example, our proposal is that if I pay $1 for this image, for this photo, and Van Gogh, for example, should share a larger portion of this revenue than other artists, say Rembrandt. And yeah, really depending on the output, depending on the image, on the product you choose. And if you choose a different style, of course, Van Gogh's proportion will be lower.
So I know that you have many questions, as I do, but we truly have to wrap up the discussion here. So, three keynote speakers have shared great insights with us. So I would like to thank all our speakers and panelists, and thank you for your presence here. So please give another big hand to our speakers and panelists to wrap up the discussion. Thank you very much. So it was a great and fruitful keynote session. So we shared our knowledge and strengthened the cooperation. So let me thank our chair and speakers and panelists once again. So this is the end of the morning session. And from now on until 1:30 p.m., we are going to have a lunch break. And we will resume at 1:30 in the same venue. So we have session 1 and session 2 coming up. So you can look forward to fruitful presentations. And I wish for your interest in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta's Seoul Pet, to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 우세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트 무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어 나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스 스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스 스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스 스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고, 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Dareungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성 안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul. and develops various contents such as Meta's Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어 나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고, 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Narengi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성 안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
We are going to start the afternoon session of the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. So we are going to start the afternoon session shortly. Please come inside and take your seat. So in the afternoon session as well, we have a very informative program with session 1 and session 2. We have renowned expertise and a panel discussion. So I ask for your support and interest. And this is a live streamed online. So I would like to ask for support of our online participants as well. Please come inside and take your seat. And please check the status of your mobile phone, and please use the receiver if you need interpretation. Channel number 1 is Korean, channel number 2 English. We are going to start the afternoon session of the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. We are going to start the session number 1. So with the theme of data-driven administration, era of new opportunities and changes, we are going to have a presentations and panel discussion. And Division Director Byun-miri from the Seoul Institute will serve as a chair. And let me introduce our first presentation, Professor Kim Hyun-sung from University of Seoul. We are going to invite Professor Kim to the podium. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Hyun-sung, professor from University of Seoul. This is a major event, so it is a great honor for me to be part of this event. And in the afternoon session, we have subtopics which is a technical and specific, and I am asked to talk about the basic and overview information of the e-government. So I believe that it is a relatively easy topic for you. So now, in my presentation, I will share the evolution of e-government, how it started, and how it has evolved up to now. So e-government has evolved to enhance the quality of lives of citizens. So you can relax and enjoy my presentation. And this is the table of content for my presentation. So I will talk about the concept of e-government first. And I will talk about this repeatedly. But e-government was built to enhance the quality of lives, and it has to bring about administrative innovation. And I will share the history of e-government and with a focus on the Korean government. And the Korean government is leading the global movement toward e-government, and I will talk about a Korean experience, and I will share the directions e-government would take in the future. So what is e-government? So we have to mention the informatization age. So e-government is one type of government, and the temporal background is the information age. It is not an agricultural or industrial age. But the age is not the only factor. So if we just adopt core technologies such as computers, we cannot call it a e-government. So this is my definition of e-government. It is an innovative government in the information age. So we have this term of electronic government. So it has emerged with so many similar terms, such as digital government, government computing, PMIS, cyber government, online government, smart government, intelligent government, platform government. So I put only a few examples here. However, we have so many similar terms. But let me just jump to conclusion. But at the end of the day, it refers to the same thing. And at some point, electronic government, the term was popularized. So in Korea, we started to use electronic government as a unified term. So when we take an approach to e-government, we should always mention technology, especially advanced technology. So we have a government and we have a public administration, and if we combine it with a computer, it could be an e-government. So this was the idea we had at first, and this is called a technology-based approach. So here, in technology-based approach, how can we build e-government? That was the key question. However, after securing a certain level of infrastructure, how can we change and what is improved was the question we started to ask. So we used to record everything on the paper, but we started to have an electronic record, but that shouldn't be the end of the e-government establishment. So additionally, we started to focus on value. So it is called a value-based approach, where we focus on what is improved. So electronic government is a combination of government, computer, and value. But when we think of a value, it is quite a subjective concept, depending on the time and period. So we say that e-government has been for 55 years in Korea, but the value we pursue changes with time, and the value of e-government has changed accordingly. So let's look at public administration. What is the definition of a public administration? So it is the work of public officials. So the structure of organization of government and activity of the public officials, that is the old definition of a public administration. However, now we have more actors. Not only the government, but also we have businesses, civic organizations, and through the modern history, we have experienced market failure and government failure. So we saw the emergence of the third sector, and we have semi-government organizations and non-profit organizations. So they have provided public services. So this is the old definition is the organization of government and activity of the public officials. However, the new definition is open governance of networked relations and interaction, which is key today for solving the public problems. So in the past, we only pursued efficiency to adopt computer. However, now we focus on relations and interaction, so the value must be different from the old days. So let's look at the relationship between e-government and public administration. So in the modern public administration, to realize the mission in the most effective manner, we need e-government as a tool. Then what are the values of e-government? So public administration's values could change with time, but essentially the values remain the same. So the values of public administration, in particular modern public administration, should be realized through e-government. So the ultimate goal is the citizens' quality of life. So let me be brief. The biggest benefit is efficiency gain, for sure. So with the adoption of IT technologies, the efficiency in public administration has gone up drastically. So there is no doubt. So effectiveness is about realizing the goal. So with big data and AI and smarter technologies, we have increased the quality of decision making for policy making. So in the past, we had limitations in human judgment, so we couldn't refer to some of the areas. However, thanks to big data, we have expanded human capacity dramatically. So the quality of policy making has enhanced drastically. So when it comes to communication with the public, responsiveness received a great deal of benefit. And in the information age, given the nature of information, we have to look at the shareability. That is why it could be swayed by scarcity. However, it is the story of the Industrial Revolution. So for e-government and information, we could secure equity. And we do not adopt direct democracy. However, we could adopt it through e-government, even though we are still technically adopting representative democracy. And to meet and to achieve the public's right to know, we can provide relevant support. And e-government is a great tool to achieve the values of modern-day public administration. So let us change to another topic. So when did electronic government start for the first time? So when is the birth of electronic government? Then it would be dependent on the definition of electronic government. So, to your surprise, let me compare the wide definition and narrow definition. So the wide definition is the official activity of public officials. And if they use the electronic or electric tool in the process, that could be called the birth of electronic government. In that case, the electronic government came in the 19th century. So in 1890s, a public official used an electronic tool. But you must feel uncomfortable, even though e-government is now familiar. In the 1890s, Korea was still undergoing modernization. That is why the advanced image of e-government is not matchable to the 19th century. So we have to look at the narrow definition. In that case, it is the 1990s. So let me start with the wide definition. So he is Herman Holleris. He is the inventor of a batch processor, and he worked in the U.S. Census Bureau. And personally, he developed tabulator, which is powered by electric principle. So it was easier to calculate on the punch card. And Mr. Holleris adopted his tabulator to the census of the U.S. So this could be the first case of e-government, and this is the machine he used. And you can see this tool at Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. So that is why they conducted census, and it took 8 years before tabulator. However, after adopting tabulator, they could shorten the period by 2 years, so to 6 years in total. So he was very popular. So he worked for the Department of National Defense. However, public officials have the cap on his salary, so he retired from the public post and he started his own business. And after being merged with other corporations, it became IBM. So in the 1920s, the first Institute of Electronic Government was built under the IBM. So it is not e-commerce institute. Instead, it was e-government institute. So I believe that maybe they emphasized Mr. Holleris' relationship with the first case of e-government. But let me go to the modern context now. I believe that to meet the modern requirements, first we need a massive administrative database, and we also need a high-speed network. So when we meet these two requirements, the first e-government came in the US as well in the 1990s. So this is Mr. Clinton and Mr. Gore. So let me share the background story. So in the 1920s and in the 1930s, the Great Depression took place. So for 3 to 4 decades, the government's role was much bigger. And the US government, which dealt with the financial crisis for a long time, had to go into austerity starting from the 1980s. And for 12 years up to 1992, they adopted neoliberalism and Reaganomics. And in 1993, surprisingly, young Bill Clinton was elected as new president, and he was in dilemma. His slogan was, "Is the economy stupid?" And he was a Democratic Party candidate, but the finance was not stable. But he couldn't collect more taxes. And for the Democratic Party, he had to expand the public services, including services for the minority. So that is why he asked Vice President Al Gore to lead the commission. And as a result of the commission activity, they published a Al Gore report, which is also called the NPR report. So many scholars thought about how to solve the problem. So when they looked at the banking system, there was the electronic banking system which pursued informatization actively, and with a small capital, they could generate more. So they benchmarked the banking industry with the slogan of "Why not for the government?" So the public government document shows that the electronic government was initiated in 1993. So they used IT technologies for government reformation. So the idea was initiated in 1993. So many scholars think this is the first case of modern e-government. So it was 1993 for the US, and what about for Korea? It was not much later. So it was in 1996. And Korea set 10 goals in the basic plan for promoting informatization. And it had the goal of constructing small and efficient e-government. So we first used this term of e-government in 1996. And in 2010, we had Electronic Government Act, and we have had many changes since then. But I believe that we have gone through 4 to 5 steps of evolution. So this is the evolution of Korean e-government and informatization. So the first is computerization stage. The second is computer network. The third is informatization. And the fourth is electronic government. And the fourth stage of electronic government had a lot of nicknames. So we have to clean things up here. But these are the 4 steps we have gone through. And let me share the legal basis for each step and what was the major policy and plan and project and the relevant organization behind each stage. So we started in 1967. So we adopted IBM in 1967. And in the mid-1970s, President Park Chung-hee ordered to achieve computerization. And the General Affairs Division started computerization for resident registration and tax. So wherever applicable, the sectors adopted computerization whenever they can afford it. But the effect was great. So everyone started to adopt computerization. So that's how we started to feel the need for the network. So in the mid-1980s, we built the actual establishment and utilization of network. So we have the network for finance, education, and national defense and security. So these are the 5 major networks Korea built. So with the development of the network, we started to feel the need for standardization and coordination. So the vice ministers chaired the committee. So after 10 years, when President Kim Yong-sam was in administration, we had a great breakthrough. So based on the high-speed network, we started informatization. So we built the Ministry of Informatization. We started the Informatization Promotion Fund and Informatization Promotion Master Plan. And afterward, you must be familiar with the following steps. So for the first time in the world, Korea enacted the Electronic Government Act in 2001. And in 2002, the US enacted the Electronic Government Act. So it is 1 year later than Korea did. And as you have heard many times, we set 11 projects in the strategies for e-government, and the administrative applications were expanded. And through President Lee Myung-bak and President Park Geun-hye's administrations, we went through Government 3.0 Promotion Committee, and we have gone through other evolution steps since then. So let me summarize. So I talked about the history of e-government development in Korea and what is the future direction. So in various theories, most of the theories have stages. So at the higher stage, the UN and Gartner Group and Deloitte Consulting Group, all of them talked about the integration of organizations. So this is the material from the UN. So these are the potential benefits of e-government, which include avoidance of duplication, and we can reduce the production costs, and we can simplify bureaucratic procedures, and we can have a better coordination and transparency, and we can share information among agencies, and we can have a better security of information management. And externally, we can deliver services faster. We can secure flexibility, and we can share the power with the citizens, and we can encourage citizens' participation. So I have a limited time for a presentation, so I cannot summarize it successfully, but let me share the future direction of e-government. First, so we have more than 200 local governments, and we have 500 government agencies. However, for citizens, the e-government should be one single efficient government as a whole. So there could be division of agencies, but there should be one single government for the citizens. So we need to achieve an efficient government. The second direction we have to take is the blind spot in the informatization age. It is about the information and data divide. Around the world, many people are neglected in terms of benefits of informatization. So we should make sure that no one is left behind. So we need to build an inclusive government. So e-government adopts advanced technologies and applications. However, if it only includes a few people, it will never be successful. And I mentioned a single government. So the idea was one-stop service. However, now the computer is smarter than humankind. So the computer knows when we were born and when we had our vaccination and when is the next vaccination. So the smart government will reach out to the citizens with the relevant information. And in the administrative network, there was a equipment glitch. However, trust is the most important. So we have to build a trustworthy and reliable and transparent government. Thank you for your attention.
That was Professor Kim Hyung-sung. Thank you. He just touched upon the history of the e-government administration and the process along the way. And also he suggested a future direction. Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor. Next, I would like to introduce Principal Researcher Lee Jung-han of Seoul Digital Foundation. Please come up to the stage. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Hello everyone. My name is Lee Jung-hwan. I am from Seoul Digital Foundation. Once again, let me just share my greetings to all of you. Before I begin, I apologize that I have a cold, so please bear with my voice. My topic today is changes in administrative education of a public officials' data according to the appearance of generative AI. I'm sure you've heard a lot about generative AI, and I just want to touch upon the impact on the public officials' training and the affairs. This is the table of contents. I have mainly 5 chapters. Number 1, key features of generative AI. Chapter 2, Seoul's generative AI civil service training that we conducted. Third, learners' survey results will be shared. Fourth, overseas cases of introducing AI civil servants training. And chapter 5 is conclusion. First, the key features of generative AI. As you're well aware, generative AI is an AI technology used to generate text, images, and voices. I am sure you've heard a lot. So what I want to emphasize is that what's the difference between general AI and generative AI? Compared to the existing AI, generative AI requires a lot of participation and engagement of users. Generative AI, compared to the existing AI, depends on the user's willingness and decision. Second, generative AI is not suggesting the fact or facts, fake elements. And oftentimes you experience hallucination due to generative AI. There are some parts that made us very confused. Next, it's prompt. Prompt is a pre-stage to create generative AI. So since the generative AI model generates different answers depending on the prompt the user enters, how to write the prompt is important. And there's now a prompter engineering as a new job. Prompt bank is another new thing that emerges in the market. Another interesting part is that you are connected to copyright in terms of prompt. So if you input prompt A, the machine will result in answer A. But if prompt is very complicated and it's a mixture of everything, does a copyright exist? According to experts, prompt has a copyright. That is why prompt is very important in the field of generative AI. Right now, private companies use generative AI for their businesses. If you look at on the right side, it's a writing, design, video content, productivity, business PPT, and the survey. These are all the areas where AI, generative AI, is applied. Then why do companies quickly adopt generative AI? At the end of the day, it's all about productivity. According to Nielsen Norman Group research, when generative AI is introduced to corporate work, user work productivity improves by an average of 66%. Capital and labor creates a better productivity, and sometimes productivity is already saturated, and sometimes it shows a low productivity. If you look at some article today, the low birth rate in Korea is another topic again on today's news, and that results in the lack of labor force. Then if 66% of improvement occurs thanks to generative AI, there's no one who refuses to use generative AI. If you look at the first picture, this is the past e-government development process. If you look at the bottom part, they created a Korea Computing Agency, and they tried to nurture a lot of public officials. At that time, it required to invest a lot to nurture AI-related officials. Second part shows the national debt to GDP ratio. And so with the national capital and budget, generative AI cannot be supported by the national budget. And there's a big difference between the civil servant and the private company workers' compensation. Therefore, we need to do upscaling and rescaling for the public civil servants rather than introducing new workforce from the private sectors. So in partnership with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, my foundation proactively promotes generative AI education to improve public officials' capabilities in using generative AI. There were 154 people in the first half of the year, and these people were trained in understanding ChatGPT and utilizing to automate the Excel tasks. And we also got them trained to create some press release and the speech. Then I realized that a lot of public officials were interested in generative AI. This is a report called Infinity Pool on the Han River Bridge. It doesn't sound realistic, however. Based on creative ideas, public officials can create all kinds of reports just like this. And after the training, we tried to provide the post-training regarding how to create prompt, and we provided the materials. And not only the Seoul Metropolitan Government, but the local governments across the country are promoting civil servant training. If you look at the major characteristics, most of them are group training. Interestingly, In the first half, it's about AI literacy, and in the second half of the year, it focuses on how to apply and utilize the generative AI to their administrative work. And among these trainees, we collected the survey answers from 72 respondents, and most people were in like grade 6 and grade 7. And the higher their ranks are, the less they're willing to or they're able to use this generative AI. And interestingly, people in their 20s were not really actively using AI. And I believe that is because they started their career late, towards the end of their time in 20s. And our training is tool-based. Then how we improve their work was another concept that we collected answers through survey. This is interesting because in terms of creating reports and creating presentation materials, they didn't really use generative AI. I think it's because these public officials are familiar with the existing tools, then they are less likely to use generative AI. This is not about the tool. This is the answer about how they feel, how much they feel they are improved in their capabilities by using generative AIs. Creating documents and managing has greatly improved according to their answers, and we could prove that as a result of the training. The reason this seems pretty opposite to the previous ones is because we realize that they believe that the generative AI cannot replace their existing tool, but they're still willing to use generative AI. This is a change in awareness. And you could see that they started to use more of a generative AI. Before the training, we thought maybe this training will be helpful for the information search, but surprisingly, there was an overall improvement. Also, this is about the frequency of generative AI use. Before training, most of them use once a month, but now they use more often. Also, accountability or reliability has improved. And that was actually the biggest hurdle for them to use generative AI. So this is a summary of what I just said. In terms of curriculum, we are tool-oriented, and this is more like a group training, and this is only for some government employees. And these are the restrictions. And this is not just the case of the Seoul, and there are a lot of local governments have the same issues. Also, in terms of training content, from 2021 to 2022, these trainings were included, but it was just a part of the HR training. So in terms of a macro perspective, I think we need to work on improving of these training. To make up for these restrictions, we've touched upon some cases. In the US last May, AI Leadership Training Act took effected. And this is the very first training since 58. And their focus is to cover how to introduce this generative AI to the administrative work. And in New Jersey, it requires all the public officials to use generative AI for their administrative work. Next one is a case of the US and United Arab Emirates. They have partnered with universities that specialized in AI research to teach students. And interestingly, in the UAE, they've already started their training to commemorate the 100th centennial anniversary of the foundation of the nation. Next one is the UK's cases. In 2021, the House representative raised this issue of the lack of the capability of the public officials. So the training program was established in response to this report and aimed at improving the digital data and technology capabilities of more than 90% of senior civil servants. High-quality business school style education was applied so that these public officials can make the decision making, and this training is designed to support them. Why are senior civil servants are important? They are the people who are related to the budget, and their roles are furthermore important accordingly. This is my conclusion. I have two parts of the conclusion. Number one, we need to improve our generative AI curriculum. We need to provide a customized generative AI education by field beyond literacy. As I just mentioned, if it's your area, generative AI application is obviously very helpful. Second, we need to enhance training on technologies that improve the reliability of generative AI, such as RAG. Third, we should teach scalability of generative AI by finding more diverse cases. Right now, we have uniformed cases mostly, so it's important to find more diverse cases regarding generative AI application. My second part of conclusion is the institutionalization of a generative AI education. Right now, this is not a mandatory course. Rather, it is now a option or a selective course, and I hope this to become mandatory. And I believe that we should establish generative AI education for senior government officials specifically, so that they can get various help and support to make their decisions. Last, we need to establish a long-term education system and curriculum with organizations with expertise in AI research so that we can interlink this to the national policy. So I just covered the civil servants training in terms of AI. Hopefully, generative AI application can be more discussed through our discussions session. Thank you very much. That was principal researcher Lee Jung-pan, and he just touched upon the basic concept and the key features of a generative AI, and which can improve the work efficiency in government organizations. Thank you.
The next presenter is researcher Lee Ji-ae from the Seoul Institute. We are going to invite Ms. Lee to the podium. So the presentation title is Development of AI-enabled smart counseling system of Dasan Call Center. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Ji-ae from the Seoul Institute. Dr. Kim Jun-chul was supposed to deliver the presentation, and I'm here on behalf of Dr. Kim. And I actually I actually participated in the preparation of the forum, but this year I'm here as a speaker, which is especially meaningful for me. So let me start my presentation. So we started this development project of an AI-enabled smart counseling system. So based on the basic plan of Seoul City, we wanted to innovate counseling services and we wanted to improve the work of counseling. So we wanted to improve the delay and we wanted to improve the repetitive work so that we can remove citizens' inconvenience. And that was our ultimate goal. So we started with the mid to long-term goals and short-term goal, and we analyzed the current work, and we analyzed the counseling content so that we can understand the situation inside and outside of the center. And we derived insights and implications, and we developed a solution based on that to set up the mid to long-term framework. So we looked at the operation of channels at Dasan Call Center first. So they normally take phone calls. But other than that, they operate 120 SNS, text service, and Seoul Talk, which is a chatbot service. And the center also has a smartphone application to get reports. And for the vulnerable people, they provide a sign language service to support the work of Seoul metropolitan government. So through these diverse channels, they collect complaints, and it is assigned to a counselor, and they look at the counseling standards database, and they also look at the internal bulletin and external media to collect all the data, and they provide relevant information to the citizens. So we looked at how the counseling is done. So we conducted an analysis on the site, and we looked at the flow of work, and there was a singularity. So there was a specialized counseling. So they handled complex complaints, not a single one. So after counseling, they leave the record on the counseling history database. So there are 17 fields, which include specific information and the type of counseling. So these are the detailed information to be recorded. So we looked at the 3 years of record, and we analyzed about 15,000 call history so that we could understand the work of Dasan Call Center. So when we look at the history, so I'm sorry. So we found out that there are more counselings during the weekday, and personal information was acquired frequently during counseling. And after the completion of counseling, it is done within one phone call, but sometimes there are more than 2 transfers. In those cases, it requires in-depth counseling, and the transfers are made, and the proportion was only 3%. So most of the counseling is done in Korean, but we have some counselings conducted in English, Chinese, and Vietnamese as well. And during the weekday and during the weekend, we collected more reports during the working hours and during COVID pandemic situation, there are many counseling on public health and vaccination and infectious disease. And through phone calls, there are many complaints related to traffic. So this is the proportion of channels. So phone calls is always over 50%, which takes up the largest portion. However, in 2019, after the adoption of chatbot service, the chatbot service increased its portion. So on the left side, you can see the number of times of call received by time zone, and you can see counseling by type. I believe that we could improve the work and the processing speed by improving the phone call channel because that takes up the largest portion. And to improve the work, what kind of technologies could be adopted and what kind of modules can we utilize? So we needed to demonstrate those technologies, and we built the pilot system for AI technology verification, and we used STT, speech recognition, and speech synthesis, and the speaker diarization, and we also used different modules. So, in a nutshell, the questions was converted through STT, and RTE analyzed the intention, and from the knowledge database, AI supported the counselor to give a better response. So this is the evaluation of STT technology. So we used the 3 indicators, which are CER, WER, and WMR. And CER is about the syllable accuracy, and WER is about word accuracy, and WMR is about evaluating the similarity and matching accuracy. And we compared 4 services, and A service showed overall higher performance, and in case of a C service, it has the Korean service as a specialty, so it showed a similar performance to B simulators. And in case of D service, in terms of syllable accuracy, it showed inferior performance in Korean STT. So we took one step further for STT evaluation. We compared the result of voice communication and split voice communication. So for voice communication, it was about 90%, and for split voice communication, it was lower at 70%. So when we convert the entire communication, it shows a better performance because when we split the voice communication, there could be some loss of information. So I talked about speaker diarization. So this is the application case of the technology, and we also verified this technology. So we distinguished the counselor's voice and the citizen's voice, and the average speaker separation processing time was 4.1 seconds, and the median value was 3.0, and the maximum is 12.9, and the minimum is 1.9. So when we applied this to the actual case, so we could monitor the cases in the semi-real-time basis. So we conducted analysis on many cases, but we identified 8 major issues. First, when the transfer is made more than twice, there are some weird cases where 47 transfers were made, and most of them are about illegal parking. And personal information was acquired more frequently than we expected. And telephone counseling, it takes up more than 50%. And we need an integrated response system for a better counseling. And we need to automate the manual instruction. And the information sharing could be different depending on the proficiency of counselor. And there are so many people who used some malicious words toward the counselor. We have to deal with this as well. So to solve these issues, how can we solve these issues with the technology? So through STT adoption, we can automate the script and we can support the counselor with assistive technology, which we should focus on. And if the work is repetitive and if a simple information needs to be shared, we can adopt the visualized ARS. And depending on the maturity of technology, we can set some priorities on technological development and apply them to improve our process. And at Dasan Call Center, we have much personal information from citizens, and to make it valuable in the future, we have to build infrastructure and make an infrastructure more sophisticated so that we can better utilize such information and data. So I talked about some priority technologies we selected. And when we look at the current maturity level of technology, we set these priorities. So visualize the ARS and assistive technology for counselor and automatic transcription could be adopted. And knowledge management system could be built. And Q&A automation process could be adopted at some point. So to make the process more efficient, we can start with the feasible technologies and we should expand from there to support the process of counseling. And AI could take up the repetitive and simple work, and counselors can handle more sophisticated and complex cases. That's the step we are headed right now. I believe that the response rate and the processing time will be enhanced by this. So I believe that I have some time left. I'm ahead of my given assigned time. So this is the end of the presentation. So do you have any comments to share? So do we have any questions? So I think you can take some questions in the discussion. Thank you very much.
That was the case of the Dasan Call Center, and thank you, Ms. Lee. So the counselors at Dasan Call Center can focus on their services while the AI takes care of other tasks. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Professor Chun Jong-jun from Department of Statistics, University of Seoul. Without further ado, let's invite him on the stage. Hello, everyone. This is meaningful for me because my parents are here to see my presentation. My thanks go to my mom and my dad. Today, I would like to talk about is related to AI and big data, of course, but this is not, my topic is not about new technology. Everyone is interested. However, to create e-government, is this applicable? That's my question. So in some ways, I'm throwing this question. Dynamic and cost perspective should be considered. So my topic is called Sustainable Large Language Model. It should be sustainable. It is not just to copy what is already existing. Or if you go to the district office, they could use the AI-based program. Is this profitable? These are all the questions I want to cover today. When I received my degree, it was 2012. So I was freshly new PhD person. I could do machine learning. I could become a guru. I was very confident, but in some ways, AI innovation happened. If you didn't major AI, you may not know. In 1220, AlexNet was introduced, and this is the AI model. And that destroyed the machine learning environment. Why? It had a great impact. And to classify image, there were some hurdles. For example, a human cannot break the record of 8 seconds for running for 100 meters. And surprisingly, as you can see on the screen, there are some different patterns. To be specific, deep learning already had this pattern or already recognized this pattern. How these patterns were introduced? You connect to your brain with the device, and we try to observe the flow of the electric current. And this can be found in vertical and horizontal manners. And we realized that AI already is internalized with these elements, and that was shocking. Image analysis, machine translation, context awareness, facial recognition, and image generation started to adopt AI thanks to this innovative moment. Then think about the AI's shocking news to you. Yes, that's exactly AlphaGo's game. So the game Go had a lot of chances and possibilities. So nobody would imagine that AlphaGo would actually win over the human champion. I am sure a lot of you actually watched this live stream. I only remember the game that Lee Se-dol won. The rest of the game, he lost. So it was magnificent to see all these possibilities were calculated in a short period of time by AlphaGo, and everyone was so excited about it, and they became aficionado because they actually thought they witnessed the winning of a AI over human. There's a computer called Deep Blue, and that computer won a chess champion of a human. Nobody would see this success in the game Go, but they did. Interestingly, after 2016, after this happened, it was on a spotlight, and then it disappeared. And maybe from your memory, it was slowly faded away. Then some of my professors had children, and they asked me a question. What is the diffusion model? Well, the parent of that children, my colleague, didn't majored in AI, and he said his son wants to use diffusion model, and he's not sure what diffusion model was. Diffusion model is a innovation in the field of image generation, and it's a model framework. Simple patterns can become a very complicated pattern through the functions, combination of functions. So DALL-E was the product in 2021 based on this diffusion model. I'm not sure if you heard of DALL-E or not. A lot of people were surprised because there was a word first and then image created based on that word. So if you look at this picture actually came from a sentence with words. So based on these words, you could see this picture. It's an amazing technology. And the quality of image was excellent. Space opera is one example. Nobody knew AI drew that. And despite this wonderful innovation, people were not really interested in DALL-E. Regarding DALL-E, there were not many business models. But things have changed. Why? Why are you here? What do you want to listen? That's correct. ChatGPT came out, and it is a part of a generative AI. Interestingly, as I just mentioned, that DALL-E was based on generative AI. It is a creative activity based on sentences and words. Rising AI in industry is part of my topic, and if you use this ChatGPT, people have different experience. And to be brief, ChatGPT enables a conversation with a human based on AI. When I say conversation, it includes many things. If you ask a question, that can answer you. For any answers, you can create questions in return. You can search for information, or you can find some hint for the information. So as ChatGPT emerged, we are now highly interested. Why? Why have people so enthusiastic about LLM? First, things didn't work, now works. For example, grammatically natural sentences can be checked by LLM, and it's automatic. This is one specific example. Second, it's a systematic suggestion, as if someone is like your secretary in very detail. Next, it understands the context, and then it gives an answer based on the context. Context awareness. So for example, I have some curiosity, but I don't know what to look up. Then I can still find the answer thanks to generative AI. Example goes like this. This is a mathematical story. You imagine a space with some distance, and you combine these space, and you want to create a space. So you want to combine two different space to make it one. I was wondering whether there's a mathematical theory, and I asked as it is. This is my question. What do you call the act of smoothly acting metric spaces with different metrics? And here it gives me the keyword called gluing metric spaces. And based on this keyword, gluing metrics space, I could conduct my research. So what's the difference between DALL-E and ChatGPT? DALL-E is for creators dealing with images, but ChatGPT or LLM is not a top manager. It could be an assistant. That's why it has a greater impact. So fine line managers are needed more than top manager. And this can become a business model, and that's how we came up with ChatGPT. Now we have new opportunities. I am sure you've heard a lot of applications like computer programming, education, games, or we call it NPC. Those characters who you don't control but just running around, or medical services can apply LLM. But now I want to focus on public service to respond to civil complaint and to manage communication channels. This used to require a lot of workforce. And can we replace this workforce? And I just dived into empirical question right away. I want to solve a small problem, but then based on LLM, is it possible to answer? And I now want to share some challenges. First one is infrastructure. ChatGPT 3 is a previous model. It's smaller than the one now. It cost $4.6 million just for training. Then now we have ChatGPT service. And per one service unit, it costs $175,000 a year. So imagine you want to hire 20 consultants like this, and then a year, if you want to hire 20 people just like that, it will cost $3.5 million US. It's too expensive. Next challenge is data. ChatGPT models already use learning models, and it doesn't have a new model. So if you ask a question to ChatGPT, who is Jeon Jong-jun? And maybe ChatGPT will say, look it up on the internet. It's not really popular. Why? Because I am not a famous person. You can't search me online. But as time goes by, data changes. And sometimes updates don't happen. However, this is a serious issue in a public domain. Things change, people change, but then how can we collect data and how to treat these data? It's another big challenge. Third, security. Here, including private information or privacy, you can think of the business confidential and the legal issues. If you have any information and legally that can be transferred to another computer. Let's say this is legal or illegal. Depending on how you define, it could be illegal action. And here comes the security issue. Then now, how can we solve this problem? We have some measures. First, well, this is not the only way, but this is what other companies consider. Next, infrastructure. Regarding infrastructure, I believe cloud service leads the economics of scale. Maybe a year, we can provide the workforce much cheaper than 3.5 million US dollars. Next, inference time can be reduced through advanced AI technology. Also, once these services are stable, we can provide application service, and on the App Store, we can download. Then how about data? What kind of changes do you expect in data? Text data pre-processing service will appear. I think it will be free of charge because they want anyone entering into the market. This is the same method as a Google collected a lot of photos in the past. Next, free access to data will become easier, but importantly, in the course of this data transfer, it can be 100% automated. Because as many keynote speakers mentioned, data has certain characteristics. In particular, in public domain, it's very important to have a certain knowledge in certain area. That's why we need an expert to interpret the data. In terms of security, we could think of some ways of evolving AI, and there comes the anonymization issues come. And then I looked it up, the solutions in detail. First, companies haven't provided API yet, so I found a way to reduce the limitation of infrastructure, and we call it model compression. And here, I want to say parameter efficient fine-tuning. There are three strategies. First, quantization. So we want to reduce the incorrect information. Next, prompt tuning. How can we change prompt to find better answers? That is what it is. Next one is LoRA. It stands for low rank adaptation of a large language models. You can see it in the picture. We have a big model of LLM. We have input. For example, search and questions can be input. And it's such a narrow, fast route. And through LLM, it takes on the process, and at the end of the day, it can change the answer of our questions. This is how we can compress a model. Then with these strategies, I thought about how to process data, and we found a very big issue. It is not easy to create a data on domain, and it means a lot, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively. For example, I asked my students to create questions, then what did they do? A lot of questions that were quickly submitted were copied or found on the internet. And I needed some standard to filter those answers. To do so, I created a questionnaire based on 3 tasks. First, what do faculties do in University of Seoul? Second, information about harmful chemical products like shampoo that violates the legal regulation. Third, inquiries regarding the school regulation. And regarding these 3 questions, I created a questionnaire. And after creating this questionnaire, we don't use as it is. In general, we manipulate these questions. Who does that? AI does. You use LLM by giving this question and find new questions. And here comes some problems. Why? Because in public domain, I collected all questions that I believe it's important. And I still need to collect a lot of data to verify the question. And the data can be transferred to the outer LLM. This is one example. First, operation of evaluation committee and the research area. So I just asked the ChatGPT to create 5 sentences, and you can see those 5 sentences, and that information is transferred to ChatGPT. This can lead to security problems. And based on these strategies, we created an artificial intelligence model called Gorani. Stanford is AlphaCa, and Meta is Llama. And so we named our project Gorani. Gorani is a elk, Korean elk. And based on these 3 tasks, we tested with a very small CPU, and it took 8 hours. And after we finished our experiment, we found some new or the old issues that we need to tackle. Number 1, what do we want to know? It's important and difficult to define what we want to know. And second, if a government agency wants to apply this, it will cost a lot. It's hard to do quality control either. And inference time should be very short, and that requires an expensive computer. And in public domain, you need to consider balance between the cost and benefit. So one area we need to focus is to provide internal data used for the customized AI. And for big tech companies, they should guarantee security, data security. And accordingly, we need some process of a decision making. And now I would like to quickly define. I was thinking how to conclude my presentation. So I think service data and model should be parts and the elements of the circular system. First one is a singularity of the data science. And this is cited by Stanford University's professor. And in the model, popularity of a challenge can be included. And first, you need to find the demands. And based on such demands, data sharing should happen. What kind of data can be shared and what kind of data can be shared to enjoy our benefits. It's an important task. And by using this data, we can create architecture that find the customized answer. Next, after phase 1, and based on this experience, we categorize data. And by using proof of concept, we checked possibilities of a lot of cases, and we close this case and launch the beta service. So this is my suggestion for the future in the public sector. And now it's my conclusion. LLM ignites the worldwide AI innovation for sure. However, in public domain, LLM is still very expensive, and also it is not secured and not customized. Recently, my university conducted the Gorani or ELK project. Project ELK confirmed the possibility of closed LLM. So accordingly, service data and model are considered under the cost-benefit criterion. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So it was the last presentation of session 1. So he talked about a sustainable and customized LLM in public domain. So to operate this model, we need to support the public infrastructure, and we need to secure the infrastructure. So we listened to all the 4 presentations prepared. And before moving on to the panel discussion, we are going to invite Mr. Yoon Chung-sik, who is our panelist, will deliver a short presentation. Please welcome Division Director Yoon with a big hand. Good afternoon. My name is Yoon Chung-sik, Big Data Division Director of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. So we mostly talked about AI today, but let us convert our focus toward big data. First of all, we have a panel discussion, so I will deliver my presentation briefly. First, I have artificial intelligence and big data. AI has been extensively discussed, so I will skip this part. So second, we have a big data. So at Davos Forum in 2016, big data was mentioned as the basic technology for the 4th industrial revolution. However, back then, it was a emerging technology just like ChatGPT today. Then what is the relationship between artificial intelligence and big data? So in the public sector, we are looking at generative AI. So we made a huge investment in big data, but we are reviewing the potential overlapping of investment. So in the past, big data collects structured and unstructured data, and based on insight, we can make a decision and we can develop services. And in case of AI, we can select various methods, and now we are narrowing down on the scope of machine learning. So it is more about increasing accuracy, and these two have complementary features. So the second chapter is performance and limitations of the public big data up to this point. So on the bottom, you can see 4 features of a big data. So based on these 4 features in the middle, at the technology, you can see different analysis techniques. At the top, you can see the value generated. So at the top boxes, in the public sector, so we can enhance the transparency for public administration, and we can identify real-time changes, and we can provide customized services, and we can have a algorithm-based decision making. These are the potential values of big data. In 2012, Seoul Metropolitan Government has been implementing the big data platform, and the starting point was the Open Data Plaza service, which started in 2012. So we started to provide data to the citizens, and we selected the optimal transportation route for the citizens. And it was the first case where big data analyzed cases were applied to the policy. And we actively used big data to our public administration. And in 2020, we enacted the Big Data Act. And based on this Framework Act, all the public administration agencies make decisions and make policy based on data. So now we have this legal framework to do that. And the current slide shows the big data analysis since 2016 in Seoul Metropolitan Government. In the public administration sector, you can see complaint analysis, and you can also see disaster safety, transportation, and culture and tourism. So the budget and location analysis were done, and new types of policymaking were made based on data. So we are applying big data to various areas, and with a combination with AI, we can accelerate the process of enhancing our accuracy and decision making. So at my division, we are preparing for this service platform for the citizens. And this year, in April, we opened this platform for civil servants. So on the left side, you can see the internal and external data collection. And on the upper right side, you can see the chatbot system based on AI. So when you search data, you mostly use a keyword in the past. However, now you can use the natural language to search the academic paper, and if the public officials or civil servants, public officials and ordinary citizens can search with the natural language. So for example, there was a traffic problem, so I need data on that, and the pre-trained data sets will be provided as a response. So this is at the pilot project, and next year we are going to open this platform to the public, and we are going to use 7,000 research papers and other data sets built by the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and this service will be launched for the general public next year. And the next is public-private convergence data, and we started in 2019, and we started working with the telecommunication company, and we identified the population which migrates during daytime. And we are applying this data, and it is open to the public. And by combining financial data and logistics data, we are providing this data, but later in other sessions, the details will be shared. And this is the real-time data. And we had a tragic event in Itaewon last year. So when we have a huge festival, we would like to prevent disasters. So we started this service. So we provide general urban data on the website, so they can see the transportation and weather, environment, event information in the real-time manner. And public servants can use this data to monitor the festival, and they can also monitor the population density. And in session number 3, you will listen to the details. So it provides services at 130 major locations in Seoul. So I talked about mostly utilization. However, we still have some limitations. In 2020, IMG made evaluation on 63 countries, and Korea was ranked 34th out of 63 countries in terms of big data utilization. So we have to make further efforts to better leverage big data. And for human resources, we also have difficulties. But when we look at the entire country, we are seeing a shortage of big data experts, and the shortage level is 31.5%. Still, to achieve e-government and intelligent government, we need to make further efforts. And this slide shows the definition of intelligent government and its society. So anywhere, the government should be able to wisely serve the public. That is the definition of intelligent government. So the smart IT technologies should enable the intelligent government to serve the public in a more wise manner. So there has been some indiscriminatory killing on the street, and we have intelligent CCTV, and the technology is already there. So instead of people monitoring the CCTV, intelligent CCTV could monitor, and AI could alert the relevant officer on the potential danger of a killing event. And based on intelligent AI, I believe that we can develop new public services, and it should be made sustainable. So I talked about data-based administration, and in the US, they have evidence-based public administration. So for decision-making and for policy-making, everything should be done based on evidence. And in Korea, we have data-based administration. Even after policy-making, even at the implementation stage, the evaluation should be made based on data. So we shouldn't miss any step. So the administration should be entirely done based on data. So big data division is making continuous efforts to achieve this goal. So this is almost the end of my presentation. So I'm talking about data-driven and evidence-driven administration, and I'm talking about achieving the intelligent government, and we still have limitations. And data analysis is one thing, but we have to change the work process entirely. So we have to identify some projects, and instead of sharing the results simply with the public, we should change all the process based on data. This is the basis for data-driven administration. And regarding AI, according to the previous reports, especially in the public sector, there are many reasons why we cannot adopt AI successfully. That is because we do not have a business agility in the public sector, but we have to pass the budget at the National Assembly to do something in the public sector. And if in case of a costly project, we have to go through ISP 1 year before the project. So these are difficulties. And this could be solved when we respond to the technological development more proactively. So we need to change the work process in the public sector after all. So still, we are making face-to-face reports in a lot of cases. Even though we have adopted e-government, it takes a long time to make a report. But to make a digital transition, we have to adopt more online reporting based on data analysis instead of just writing a document. So, after all, data is a tool which could change the public administration in Korea. So I was in a rush to deliver the presentation, but I think I can give you further information in the panel discussion through Q&A. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Before we begin the panel discussion, thank you for your information through your short presentation. We just finished all the presentations. And now we would like to invite the moderator, speakers, and the panels on the stage for discussion. Mr. Yoon Chung-sik will be a part of our panel, and then Senior Research Fellow Kim Sang-il from Seoul Institute will join us as panelist, and Ms. Byun-mi, Division Director of the Seoul Institute, will lead the panel discussion. Please. In the macro perspective, AI can be applied to public administration, and that was a topic covered most of the speakers. And now we would like to dive into discussion. Hello. I am Byun-mi. I'm the director of the Inclusive City Creation at the Seoul Institute. Recently, our institute has a reorganization, and now my division and department includes a word inclusive city. And all these processes we discussed today are related to what we need for cities and what we need for our citizens. So Professor Kim Hyun-sung touched upon the overall history of e-government and the capability building of civil servants and technological application of AI to e-government, and some effectiveness and efficiency improvement for the public administration. And we also have two panels. The Big Data Division Director, Yoon Chung-sik, already covered what the government does at the moment and how to reduce obstacles for citizens. So now, as Mr. Yoon already covered his comments, I would like to invite Dr. Kim Sang-il. He's at my institute in terms of data management. He always concerns various topics regarding data. So maybe I will give him about 7 minutes so that he can cover his comments. My name is Kim Sang-il from the Seoul Institute. I'm not an expert. I'm a person with lots of concerns. After listening to all the presentation, I thought about this keyword, like AI, big data, new information, challenges, public sectors, what we are doing, how we were doing it. So these are all the keywords I could think of. Early this year, my president asked our staff regarding how to apply AI in our administration. And my conclusion was that ChatGPT 4.0 is not really available to apply what we do right now. ChatGPT is fast developing than the pace of I create reports. That's what I told my president. But after the massive rearrangement of ChatGPT 4.0 by using analytics, some more in-depth analysis is available. And now it is inevitable to apply. And in the course of that, well, we are the public organization, but other public organization may or may not be able to customize these ChatGPT or AI. Citizens' data or any data requires security should not be transferred to large big tech companies. And in the meantime, how can we provide the training for the LLM? These are some of our concerns today. University of Seoul tried this Project ELK. We actually try to do, but it requires a lot of computing power and it requires a lot of budget, so it was not easy for us. But then, is it something that each and every organization should do? Is there any shared platform that we can all train all our data in more comprehensive manner? I am sure Professor Chan is highly interested in answering my question later on. Regarding AI in public sector, perhaps there might be some AIs that combined with all our expertise in each organization. So, like Samantha in the movie Her, a massive AI can show instances individually. Is that going to be the future of our AI? Or the movie 2049 says that the person's wife's AI that's totally personalized. And I would like to hear what the speakers take on regarding the direction of a generative AI. Regarding e-government, Professor Kim had a presentation. I want to ask for some insight. So some people who used to sharpen the pencils, they now have a sharpener as a device, but they don't make more device to develop how to sharpen the pencils. You may think of a better tool that does not require a lot of equipment or device like that. And I believe that we are at the last stage of what we can do, what we can develop. Well, to enhance fidelity, government offices has to be conservative. So where can you find the connection between the existing government entities and the e-government? What are some tools or advice you would give is my interest. Okay, thank you for some comments and the questions. I have some question, but first I would like to collect a question from the floor. Anyone has a question, please raise your hand and let us know.
So it is not very visible from here. So I don't think anyone in the audience has a question. So this question is directed to Professor Chun.
The paradigm is changing in the public administration, and in a short period of time or in short term, what are some areas that we can quickly introduce in the public administration? That is my question. So maybe based on the previous presentation, Director Yoon, as a panelist, do you have any question or comment? Please go ahead.
And recently, generative AI has become popular, and public agencies are having difficulties adopting generative AI. I hope we could have a pilot project, but training, data collection, and refinement and processing have limitations. And in the public sector, and when we go through demonstration and research, we need to present the outcome and result. So in the academia, we can identify implications and we can use the result for the next research. However, it is not the case for the public sector. That's why we have difficulties. And the market is changing rapidly, and we see a new model every year. And when I uploaded the data, there was a tool which analyzed and visualized the data. So what is the stance we have to take? This is our concern. So if you have any insights on this, please share them with me.
Now I would like to turn the microphone to the speakers, maybe 1 minute each, or maximum 2 minutes.
So Dr. Kim Sang-il asked a question to me. So it is actually difficult. So the information and communication network will see the technological changes, but we see infrastructure limitation. In the past, we used a standalone PC, but we started to tap into the telephone cable. But now we are using wireless, and applications just followed the technological development. However, so Mark Weiser predicted the era of computing, and he predicted ubiquitous computing. And the most profound technology is the technology which will disappear. He said that. So disappearance, not technically, but mentally in our mind. That is the new direction we have to think about. So AI and big data, we will not be conscious about these technologies because they are already present everywhere in our daily lives. I think that's the future.
Maybe Professor Chun, go ahead first. Let me share my ideas about shared platform. I believe a lot of you are from the public organizations and you want to utilize the language model. Training itself doesn't cost a lot. For example, if you use cloud, it doesn't cost a lot, but you can transfer data. And I believe you need to spend additional budget for that. But the service should go on until your computer is broken down. If you need any service that requires security, there should be a government shared platform. I'm not sure if this is a right example, but there were some shared cloud cases in the past and you can refer to. Second, As the director mentioned, we need something that can pull out the substantial results right away. Something I tried at my university. With my colleague at my university, all your web page are not based on the database. So again, it is impossible to compete against someone while you don't know what you are trying to figure out. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe Mr. Lee, do you have any comments to add? AI application to the public sector, I believe the most important part is data. Because, well, training is important, but depending on data, some data cannot go out or come in. So accordingly, AI application has some issues or hurdle to be used in the public sector. I think all this is because of a security. So first, it's important to classify different data with a different level of security. And once we complete the classification, that might help. Okay, you mentioned about the importance of data. Maybe, Ms. Lee, do you have anything to add?
So first of all, Mr. Yoon mentioned technological adoption and the cycle. So in implementing diverse projects, we face difficulties and we improve the difficulties, and that completes a whole cycle. So even though the technology is developing swiftly, we can tap into the existing technologies to identify new issues, and we can apply new technologies to solve these issues. I think we can use this cycle. And sometimes in platform and data, I believe that we need to collaborate better with other organizations to share data better. So I think we need to facilitate data sharing by solving security issues. And this session is about data-driven administration. So at the end of the day, we are talking about evidence-based policy and how much importance does it hold. So after all, we have to provide better living conditions for citizens. So including Seoul City, the entire Korean society is in the middle of changes. And with these emerging technologies, how can we improve the public services? And what kind of efforts can we make? So all the presentations and discussions were about the process of improving public services. And based on today's discussion, I believe that the Seoul metropolitan government could enhance the public services in the future. This is the end of the session number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just wrapped up the first session. We didn't have enough time, but thanks to a moderator, we managed to finish in a timely manner. Thank you very much for everyone's opinion and comments and contribution. We will have a short break, and we will have a session 2 at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
we are going to start session 2 of 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. Did you have a pleasant break? We have many online participants. I'm grateful for your participation. The theme of the session is Data-Driven Cities, Urban Life Changed by Big Data. We have 4 presentations, and Professor Park Jae-hee from University of Seoul will moderate the discussion. So let me introduce our first speaker from Cambridge University. From Department of Land Economy, Dr. Lee Wan will deliver the presentation. We will talk about a smart city using big data. Please welcome Professor Lee Wan with a big hand.
감사합니다. I hope my version is better than Wei Jie this morning. My English is not perfect, but my Hangul is even worse, so I will present in English. Thank you all for staying. I know it's a long day. I really appreciate that you are a very loyal audience. I'm Dr. Lee Wan. Lee is my first name. I'm an associate professor in planning from the Department of Land Economy, Cambridge University. You probably can tell from the title of the presentation that my talk can be a bit provocative, right? But that's my intention. I want to cover 3 things. First is a very brief introduction of the history of smart city. You may wonder that why I brought up this topic here, given that sitting down there, they're all smart city experts. This is because this is my general belief that given all these uncertainties about big data, about AI in the future, this is the very moment that we should actually look back. Yeah, we should be reflective. We should try to learn from the past. Yeah, this is one common criticism from historians, is that we always believe that every single change that we face today is new, but that is never the case. Yeah. From looking at the past, the early smart city movement, probably this can provide some fresh insights for us to look ahead. Then I want to share some of my own reflections. These are the limitations of the urban big data that I observe, I experience from my own research projects. By no means I offer solutions, and I actually have learned quite more from the talks today than what I could possibly offer to this very expert audience. But I hope that after I talk these 2 limitations of the urban data, some of you may share my concerns and potentially the frustrations. A very brief history of the smart city movement. I want to introduce this 4-wave model. Yeah, it's a very, very brief, very, very high level, but hopefully can give you a sense in terms of what's the path that we have gone through and where we are going next. I want to particularly focus on the driving force or the leading stakeholder, so who basically push the smart city agenda. The first wave, this is the technology-led marketers smart city. This stage, most of the smart city projects were driven by the large technology firms, like IBM, Oracle. To summarize the key characteristic of this phase, I provide this analogy there. So usually the market people from those tech companies will approach the city officials saying that we have the perfect tool, right? Usually these are the sensors or actually some cloud-based computing capabilities. Give us the problem. Yeah? Give us the problem, we can solve it. And they use the same tool, the same technology to all places, without considering the nuanced contextual differences. The outcomes of this phase Yeah, this is what we observe, the lack of consideration for social and political context. Again, this is one-size-fits-all approach. And also this pilot sickness is that we have numerous, hundreds if not thousands of pilots, but when they complete these pilots, no one actually knows that what will be the next stage. Yeah? So we have actually lots of sort of half-ended projects. This is because that we didn't consider the longevity, the decommissioning of those pilots. The lessons learned is this confusion of means and end. Yeah, this is something that I have been discussing with colleagues here, is that the digital technology data, they are the means, they are the tools, yeah, they are the drivers, catalysts to change, but not the final purpose. You may think that this is a lesson that has been well learned, but I recall Dr. Kim's comment earlier is that when lots of local governments wants to implement the AI to their existing workflows, they try to implement the AI without specifying the problem. So again, somehow we are repeating the same problem, the same mistake. Yeah, that's why I brought it up here again. Second wave, government-led smart cities. This is actually a quite sort of a transitional period. Yeah? Different stakeholders, different cities embrace the smart cities with different expectations. Some cities using the smart city as a branding strategy, yeah, for the purpose of attracting foreign direct investment. Some using the smart city trying to encourage public participation in policymaking. Some wants to drive digital innovation basically to enhance the economic growth of the cities. The outcomes of this wave is we see this emerging city digital strategies. Yeah, for all the major cities across the globe, they try to develop and implement these digital city strategies. Songdo perhaps is a very good example for South Korea. We also observe similar initiatives in China and India. What's the key lessons learned? For most of the digital either assets or services provided in this wave, they have been oriented towards the final users. However, the organizational changes are very, very slow. I think this would echo the comments provided by Dr. Yun earlier, is that yes, we do have a lot of technological deployments. You know, we have the platforms, we have algorithms, but in terms of the very process that we make decisions, we design policies, we don't change. Yeah, we don't change. So somehow we try to bolt this digital element onto the conventional existing policy-making processes. And the next wave, the third wave, this is the business-led consumers smart city. This is really a game changer. Yeah? This is also marks the start of this sort of the rising influence from the private sector. This is the moment that the commercial companies realize that they no longer need to get the permission from or cooperate with the government. They can actually bypass the government to sell their services directly to the consumers. Yeah, thinking about Uber, Airbnb, and the Deliveroo, right? This is unprecedented, yeah, both for the private sector and also for the local governments. For the private sectors is that they realize that they have such a power they can leverage. But for the local government, perhaps it becomes an urgency that they have to regulate those private companies for the public good. Yeah. So the priority for the local government then becomes how to safeguard the citizens, yeah, being preemptive. If they can anticipate this negative, wider impacts, then can we contain it in a preemptive manner? But this is extremely difficult, yeah, because this is basically dealing with the unknown unknowns, because no one would know in the first place that what would these wider impacts be. So what we observe in practice, particularly for the public sector, is that the government or the legislation interventions always lag behind. Yeah, we always lag behind. What's the fourth wave? This is perhaps about the seeing future. I'm very cautious that I'm in no position to predict into the future. Perhaps AI can do better. But this is our position. Perhaps this is the time that we should think about what we want from data, from digital technology, rather than being completely led by the technology. Yeah? So our proposition is that can we refocus on generating public value? This is in line with the strategy actually adopted by Seoul, right? This is the value-based, value-oriented digital city or smart city development. This marks the transition from the old focus on the governance through technology. This is to frame technology as the tool, as the means, to the governance of technology. Yeah? This governance of technology has a wide range of considerations. Yeah. The first layer perhaps is about the regulations, yeah, about safeguarding the citizens, yeah, containing the negative impacts. But also, more importantly, is actually how to make sure that the impacts, particularly the benefits, are distributed evenly across different population groups and the places. Yeah, so this is about a democratic way of achieving the benefits of smart cities. Also about the accountabilities. So whose responsibility it would be if the AI was wrong, right? The trust. So this is trust between people and the model, particularly these generative models. So I want to illustrate. Yeah, I want to illustrate some of the limitations of the urban big data from my own research back in Cambridge. These two limitations, they have an explicit focus on the transport sector, which is based on my own expertise. But I hope that the audience can generalize this to the sector that they work in. The first limitation I want to talk about is this big data often does not give us what we need or want to know. The case that I want to use to illustrate this limitation is a recent project that commissioned by a private rental e-scooter operator in London. So London started this rental e-scooter trial in the summer of 2021. I see there are lots of e-scooters actually in Seoul, even in the Seoul National University. So this has been very, very popular. And the reason why London wanted to conduct this rental e-scooter trial is because of the very reason that the local authorities didn't know what would be the wider impacts. Yeah? So it's like a try and error. So they want to evaluate, first of all, the direct impact, for example, the road safety, but also the secondary impact on the other modes and the sustainability impact. So the data that I have got, well, with the support from the Transport for London, which is the local transport authority, is this over 200,000 rental e-scooter trip records. It's very sort of typical micro-mobility service usage data, including the date, time of the trip, and the locations of the trip origin and destinations. And the questions that TfL, this is the Transport for London, wanted me to look at is who would use rental scooters, what are the trip purposes, and what are the mode substitution effects. What you will see immediately is that given what the clients or the local government want to know, none of this could be answered by the data that they provide me. Yeah. So even though this big data is very powerful, It is quite confidential, potentially commercially very sensitive, but it doesn't tell me the things that I need to know or the local government need to know. So the challenge for me as a researcher is actually to find a way to make sense of the data and potentially find some possible reasonable answers to those questions. So here comes my solution. Yeah, my solution is that on the left-hand side, we have all these observed rental e-scooter trips. We know these 4 attributes: the day of the week, the time of the day, trip duration, location of the trip origin and destinations. Nothing more. Yeah? We know nothing about the gender, the socioeconomic background, or the trip purpose. But on the right-hand side, in the UK, we do have very detailed, structured annual travel survey. This is the National Travel Survey data. This records about the 1-week travel diary of over 12,000 households across England. So we have lots of trip samples in this public data. And you see that there are 4 variables actually shared by these 2 data sets. So maybe we can actually match these 2 data sets, because in the National Travel Survey, we do have very explicit information and actually quite verified information on the trip purpose and the travel mode. Then we can actually infer the trip purpose and the mode substitution of the rental e-scooter trips. So this is the detailed trip matching method, and I will not go through that. I'll just show you some results. Leisure being the primary purpose of travel, yeah, about 1/3. But also what is interesting is that the traveling to and from work plus the other work-related reasons, these 2 combined together, which accounts for about 30% of the e-scooter trips. So this means that the e-scooters can be used for commuting purposes. This is actually quite different from the findings from other places, but somehow this is quite similar from the findings from Seoul. Yeah, from Seoul. This is the daily usage pattern of the rental e-scooters in London. You see very clearly these 2 peaks, yeah, morning peak and the evening peak, again showing the propensity of people using e-scooters for commuting purposes. This is the inferred mode substitution. Because of this particular algorithm, we can actually have a very detailed substitution pattern generated. So this is the breakdown by distance range. As you see that for the short distance trips, the e-scooters would replace the active travel. So basically walking and cycling a lot, yeah, over 50%. But as the distance increases, this percentage will drop. The possibility of replacing other modes, particularly car, London bus, and the London Underground would increase. Yeah. So this becomes the base actually to estimate the emissions saving effects of e-scooters. Some reflections from this case. Like I said, big data does not always give us what we need and want to know. This shows that when we do big data research, the researchers will need to have to make a difficult choice between problem-driven or data-driven. The problem-driven is that you need to answer useful questions, yeah, provide actionable insights. But the data-driven is that I don't care my findings. Yeah? I just present whatever I can find from the data sets. Perhaps we should have more of the problem-driven studies and less of the data-driven studies. The next case, this is about tackling traffic congestion in Cambridge. My overall proposition here is that data alone does not provide a solution. The background of this study is that the local council in Cambridge wanted to deploy more sensors. They want to actually invest on the smart cities, but somehow they are a bit skeptical about the cost effectiveness. So why we invest more if we can't actually demonstrate the value of the existing data they have got? So they raised the question is that, can we get more from existing traffic sensing data? This is the data, this is the vehicle trajectory data captured by the ANPR cameras. I believe that in Seoul you will have very similar data sets. The question that we need to answer to the local council is that why people drive, how to reduce car dependence, essentially trying to tackle the traffic congestion problem. But again, this data, this big data, does not tell us what we need to know. So what we did is actually trying to understand the relationship between commuting trips and non-commuting trips, particularly those non-commuting trips made by car commuters. Right? It's a bit complex, but basically understanding the demand pattern, hence infer why people drive. This is the identification strategy. We try to exhaust all the variables we can find for identifying the commuting vehicles. And for all those commuting vehicles, we distinguish the commuting and the non-commuting trips. Some of the findings, you see that the non-commuting trips, which is the red bar on the left-hand side, actually represents a very substantial amount of travel demand, and very concentrated in the morning and in the afternoon. These are actually the trips that the parents drive their children to schools. Yeah. And we find that this demand is also very, very inelastic with respect to the length of your working hours. This means that those people choose to drive simply because they need to do the school runs. Right? On the right-hand side shows the split between intercity and intracity travel. Cambridge is very, very small. The congestion is really caused by lots of people driving from outside into the city. Again, some reflections of the second case. This pushed us to the very limit, to the very boundary, saying that if we could have more data, can we provide more useful policy insights to tackle the congestion? But imagine that if we could have everything we want to know, right? If we have everything we need to know, could we tackle traffic congestion? Well, I'm very skeptical about that, but of course, given the theme of the conference, I would say yes, maybe if we have the right data. But how do we know what data to collect, and how to collect those, and how to translate the data into actionable policy insights? So these are the major obstacles I see from this Cambridge practice. This is my conclusion. I want to address these limitations of urban big data, but then essentially, I want to address the limitations of us, yeah? of our knowledge. What do I mean by that? This is a very famous quote by Lord Kelvin. Kelvin is the one that established this unit of temperature. So the Kelvin is named after Lord Kelvin. To measure is to know. And if you can't measure, you can't improve. This quotation has been used in many occasions to show that you need to have a proper measure of whatever you do. But I want to interpret it in a slightly different way. Right? We should avoid this data collection for the sake of data, because to know is the purpose. Yeah? In a way, we should acknowledge that we don't have sufficient knowledge about what is happening, and we need to learn from data collection. And we need to reflect on that so that next time when we collect and analyze data, we can do better. And what is important to facilitate this process is to increase the frequency. Yeah, this is something, again, some panelists mentioned. AI can generate the plan, documents, policy outcomes in a matter of 10 minutes or 1 day. But for the city planning, the whole plan updates every 5 years. So these two are not synchronized. How can we improve the frequency of policy evaluation, refinement, and evaluation? Potentially, this is something that the city digital twin could help. I want to promote a book that we recently published. This is one of the first books talking about city digital twins. We provide a quite critical conceptualization of what is a city digital twin and what's the sort of unique selling point of the city digital twin. It includes a number of quite high-profile city digital twin applications. So for those of you who are working on this, you can actually scan the barcode and have a look at what's inside. Last slide. This is a new program that we established in Cambridge. So because we observe this deficiency in knowledge, that we don't know how to design implement the smart cities. This is actually an educational program. This is a master program targeted towards the local government officials. We want to train the local officials how to deliver value-based smart city projects. And we have a number of case studies, and I hope that I could work with colleagues from Seoul to establish a case study of Seoul. I think that will be very interesting and very helpful for our colleagues back in the UK. That's everything from me. I hope you found the presentation useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Digital twin and the changes in urban environment were some of his topic, and that was interesting. Thank you very much for your presentation once again. Next, I would like to introduce the next speaker, General Manager Syed Al-Sharani from the Smart Riyadh Operations Center of SDAIA. This is the Saudi Arabia's cases regarding smart national platform. Let's welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Secretary of the Big Data Seoul Forum, and special thanks to my dear friend, Mr. Yushik, the President of SDF. Today I'm here to show our experience in Saudi Arabia about smart city and smart national platform, and how we progress through the phases of the smart cities. First, I'd like to speak of the main reason or the initiative or the initiator of all of the smart city topic. Actually, we have a target in Riyadh to host more than 15 million residents, and Riyadh right now it's very close to Seoul. We have around 8 million, and to go from 8 million to 15 million, you will have to solve many issues that are already existing and that we're already predicting. And this is by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for Riyadh to be among the smartest cities in the world. And as you know, we have the Vision 2030 vision, and the 2030 vision actually has three strategic themes. One is the vibrant society, and ambitious nation, and then the economy. So in the vibrant society, actually, there is the urban planning. The urban planning actually consists of multiple initiatives. They are the core of the city. So we divided the city into multiple layers. One is the municipality, one is the public safety, and the transportation or mobility, health, and tourist. And so basically what we're trying to do is to create, we're not only for Riyadh, we're trying to create a sort of a template platform that is for different cities. The whole reason is, first, we wanted to solve the issues that we are having in the cities. And as Dr. Lee mentioned, the main issue with many cities, actually, when they started, it was because they already have a product, and they immediately try to use the product and forget about the business or the main problem they're trying to resolve. And I think we've seen many of the big companies that already deprecated their product because it's not working anymore, and they moved to being consultant. And we have so many cities that actually failed at the beginning of smart cities. So basically, the main reason is to solve the different issues we have. In Saudi Arabia, we have the sectors that are across the country. So we have municipality, and they are responsible across the whole kingdom. It's not more about cities, it's more about the sector itself. And then you have the city that can create their own use case. This is for the different use cases we have. This enables cities to have their own use cases. So if you're speaking of the cities that are concerned with tourists, then they can have their own use cases. If you're concerned about cities, big cities like Riyadh, where traffic is really a big problem, then they can have their own use cases as well. As we mentioned, in order for us to have a national platform, you must have first city platforms. And those city platforms actually need to be empowered with the sector platforms. The reason we want to have a national platform is that we would like to have a life of or awareness of what is going on in the country at any moment. The second reason is the data-driven decision making. So we want to ensure that whatever decision has been made, it's being studied thoroughly and then proven with data. The third is the uneducated data analysis, and then the assessing the repercussions of decisions. And this is very important. Making decisions is very important to understand the precaution of it, to what extent it will affect the society, at what extent it will affect even different cities. So from country perspective, if you decided to make a policy, as you guys mentioned, then we need to understand what's the implications of such policy on different cities. And then the efficient resource management, and this is, I believe, is one of the main objectives as well, so that you will not focus into one city and then on behalf of or to replace other cities. This will ensure, first thing, that we learn our lessons so that cities will learn from each other. Second is to optimize the resources. And I will show you right now the Smart National Platform. Basically, we call it Smart C, and the C stands for the country, the citizen, and the city. So the platform actually covers the whole three spectrums. And as we mentioned, the platform, the national platform, sits on top of the city platform. And the city platforms actually, they have sector information, and then they have their own use cases that are really concerns for them. Now, there is a very important, I think, a definition here is if you decide to have a national platform, you have to understand that you need to have a same use case across all cities. So if you want to understand the congestions, then you need to have a use case across all cities. You cannot have it in few cities and the rest of them are not, then the whole national platform concept becomes weak. And even the decision making, all the problems we're trying to resolve will be hard. That's the reason, actually, in Sadaya, we decided to work on having a common use cases for different cities. So we will have a congestion, for example. And when we first started this, actually, we started it at the beginning of this year, actually. We started with LEAP. Basically, LEAP is the biggest technology conference in the Middle East. And there are so many people attending. It's around 170,000 people. The conference is only 3 days, and it's on the road to the airport. So the traffic is really jammed. There are a lot of visitors. Last year, actually, the traffic was horrible. And people could not really go to the airport. They missed their flights. And in addition to it, actually this year, there are malls and plazas opened next to it, so it made it worse. So we wanted to start with this, and our approach was to fail fast. And in order to fail fast, you must have your operation center near you. So you have all those entities working together next to you, and then ensure that whatever decision they decided to make, what I mean by entities is the government entities. So you have the municipality, you have the traffic police, you have the transportation authority, so you have all those, and then the organizers as well. So we combined them together, and then we start to learn from our mistakes. First, we started to understand why last year's traffic was really bad. And then we found out actually many of those reasons it's urban actually. It has nothing to do with technology. Technology actually will help you and support you, but the reason is the urban. The road was really narrow, only one road to the airport. Excuse me. And The other reason is the people who start to come, actually, we did not know or predict that we will have this many people at this moment. So this year, actually, we start to understand few of the problems and then immediately resolve them. Those problems we learned, actually, by having last year's data. And once we start to resolve them, we had another entry for it. We also had a communication with the organizers that at certain limit, we will predict how many people will come, and then using cameras, actually, that counts cars and counts people. And then we know that by this time, the exhibit needs to be closed. Also, this actually helped us with simulation. So we did a simulation for the traffic before, simulation for the movement of the crowd, and actually we use this even for Hajj as well, where we have millions of people doing pilgrimage. This really helped us a lot. We start to learn by our mistakes. And as I said, failing fast is very critical. At the beginning, actually, people did not know about the other entry, and we had to learn. We did the simulation, we did it again, and then we found that actually there is something wrong. It's not really working well. And then we found that it's actually, there is no sign that tells people that there is another line there, another entrance. This actually helped us try to understand two things. First, to understand your clients, who are the residents. So when we say smart city, actually it depends on city. It's from people to people. And then also it helped us resolve the problems of the city, which is also for the people, and then also for the country as well. So this is basically how the governance of the smart platforms we have, and I believe it's different in each country, but in our country, basically, we have 911 that covers the whole kingdom, and we have the municipality, we have the transportation as well, authority. Basically, we have all the data there. Sadaya is actually the owner, or not the owner, I'll say the custodian of those data. So all of those government entities, they push their data into Sadaya's data lake. As you can see here, the National Smart City data. We have a huge data lake that covers all the data and gathers all the data, and then we do our own analytics on those data. And doing those analytics, actually, it helped those cities to solve their issues, and as you know, to have a very expert in AI or simulation or prediction, it's very hard to have this capacity for different cities, either big or small cities. So Sadaya actually provided this service to different cities that we will provide you with use cases. We will provide you with our expertise in analytics and prediction. These are the use cases for the platform. One is the use case implementation. So actually we would like each city to work on their own. At the beginning, we had multiple meetings with different cities, and many of them actually, small cities, they said we don't have a problem with traffic. Traffic is not really a big issue for us. They care more about tourism. So that actually made us give them more space to work on their own use case. The second is the use case operation. And so each sector will do their own operation. We will not interact directly with people. We already have 911 that can do their job much better than Sadaya or than any other entity. We already have municipality that can do their job much better than the rest of people. So basically, we are sitting on top of all those entities. The third is the situational awareness, which is to have real data and understand what's going on in the city at any time and any moment. The fourth is the joint operation, and I think this is very important. And we've seen how Singapore overcome the COVID-19 by having their own center and having the joint operation. And actually, we did test this also on LEAP, as I mentioned previously. The last one is the future planning and scenario analysis. And these are a few of the services actually we're trying to work on right now. We're trying to learn from different cities. We've met with multiple smart cities, including Seoul's smart city. And we're trying to work with them and try to learn and exchange our experts in this matter. For the national platform, we have each city, they have their own, but as a national, you will be able to use a ranking. So you will rank cities based on improvements on municipality, and this is where we spoke of the resource optimization. So we will know that actually this city is in need of more money on municipality than anything else. And this city may be in need of public safety more than the other cities. The second is the comparison of cities. So you will compare cities of their growth, historical, and their population as well. And then empowering cities as well, monitoring road between cities. And I think there are a few things between cities that are missed because each city will care about its own city and then forget about the connection between different cities. And the last one is the decision simulation. And this is very important. When you make a decision, nationwide decision, you would like to know the effect of this decision on people. The good thing is Sadaya, we have all the information, all the data integrated into one huge data lake. So we do have all the information we have. If there is any decision, we can do the simulation for it. And lastly, these are the features of the platform. The one is the situation awareness that we mentioned earlier, and then analytics and dashboard. We will have reports of the current or the historical data, and then the proactive forecasting, and this is the prediction. This is very important, the prediction in order to avoid any obstacle and also to be aware of what's going on and then to take precautions. The last one is the simulation of the use cases and plan and decisions. So first is we predict what will happen, and then we simulate it and see how it will affect, and then take our action based on that. This is a glimpse of the governor or the country manager platform, where actually he will be able to have a GIS or a map of the whole country, and then he will be able to compare cities on the right, and then he will be able to compare also multiple use cases. This is very important to have multiple use cases combined together in order to have a clear vision. We don't want municipality to have one vision. We are here to help all of them to make sure actually they know the extent of their decisions. And this platform actually is also available even for sectors. So if another sector would like to see some data, and then we can show him this, we can also do an analytics for him or reports. This is the city governor. Basically, what we did is, if you're integrated with all those sectors, and all those sectors has all the information from different cities, it's just a matter of giving permission to each city governor because you already have the whole information. So 911 is across the whole cities. We can go to governor of Riyadh and give him a screen, and then go to governor of Jeddah, for example, and give him another screen. All of those because we have one sector platform. Here, as you know, it's very similar to Korea. We have regions or districts. So under a region, you might have 3 cities or 4 cities. That's why we said the governor, city governor, because he can pick all these different cities he has. And as you know, different cities has different priorities. We have one of the biggest region in Saudi Arabia. It has different. One is pilgrimage, one is tourism, and the other one is for only residents and schools. This is the last slide to give you an update about it. We already created the real time. We already worked on the customized reports and analytics. The last one is the use cases and prediction. However, we already did small projects with it, but to go and officiate it is still under progress. We're still learning as we go. As I said, we're taking the fail-fast approach. We are trying to move to catch the hype and to solve all the problems we have. We have a very tight deadline to have 15 million in Riyadh City, for example. So in order to do that, you need to ensure that you have the tools, enough tools to fulfill that target. I'd like to thank you for your time. And again, if you have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So It was the case of Riyadh from Saudi Arabia to predict the future based on AI and utilize technology. It was such an interesting presentation. Next, we are going to invite Mr. Kim Sang-il, Senior Research Fellow from the Seoul Institute, who will talk about urban change identifying trends in Seoul through trip and migration data. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big hand. Good afternoon. So this is my second appearance today. I'm working for the Seoul Institute and I majored in urban planning. And today my topic is related to the research topic of my institute. We are finalizing this research. So the tentative title is Urban Trends to collect data in different domains of the Seoul city. And we identified relevant implications for policymaking in Seoul. So these are the data-driven reports. We are thinking about generating these reports regularly. And this project was done in cooperation with the University of Seoul. And let me share the results in an omnibus format. So at last, I have long-distance cross-commuting patterns, but the analysis is not sufficient yet. But regarding the population and migration and daily trip within the city and daily trip induced living population of the time point, these kind of data were used. So Pascal once said that I speak a long sentence because I don't have much time. The same goes for my presentation file. So these are the overview of the data. So let me skip some of the slides. And this is the first topic, which is population estimates. So in Korea, Statistics Korea is the official collection of population, which is the basis for all the decision making. So the estimate of Statistics Korea uses parameters. And there are some outdated parameters. That was the assumption. So in 2070, the population will go down, and this is the Seoul population. So in 2050, it will be slightly less than 8 million. As you know, the population estimates calculates at a certain point. So we add newborns and we add migrants. So we estimate the population in a cohort group. So this is the result from Statistics Korea. And we respect all the estimate methods used by Statistics Korea. However, currently, the total fertility rate in Korea and the average age of childbirth were adjusted in Seoul City. So this is the total fertility rate used by COSTAT. So this is the total number of children from one woman. So the range was 1.04 to 1.4. So we can have the high scenario, median scenario, and low scenario. And currently in 2022, in Seoul City, the total fertility rate is 0.59. However, it is already half of the lowest scenario from COSTAT. So if we just use the data, it could be different from the reality. And COSTAT started the estimate from 2020. And the average age of child birth was 33.1, but in 2070 it would be 33.7. And in Seoul, it was already over 34 after 2020. So when we look at the middle scenario of the COSTAT, it is already similar to the median scenario of 2070. So in Seoul, women give birth to children at a later age, and they give birth to less babies. And in 2050, approximately 25,000 babies will be born. And within the time frame, there will be about 1 million newborns, less than 1 million newborns. So this is the dramatic result. So the first line, the red line, is our estimate. And according to our estimate, this is the official medium estimate we are using, but it is different in Seoul. So in 2 years, it will reach 9 million. And after that, the population will go less than 9 million. And in 2050, it will be less than 7 million already. So this could be a little bit provocative. However, Seoul City shows a trend of childbirth and the average age of childbirth. We cannot use the same cohort method of statistics Korea. So we have to fundamentally solve problems which are the reason why people are reluctant to give birth. So this is the population pyramid. The first one is our estimate, and the middle one is, so can I go back to the previous slide? So the middle, you can see the official value of Statistics Korea, and this is the medium estimate. So this is by age group, so the population will change, and the dependency rate will change dramatically as well. So this is the summary. So right now in Seoul, the situation is much more serious when it comes to the decrease in population, and it has been accelerated even. However, when interpreting this data, I'm not saying that this trend will be persistent in Seoul. I believe that we can complement the current situation through policies and our willingness. And Seoul City has a broader living boundary. That is why the increasing population within Seoul, the decreasing population within Seoul doesn't mean the collapse of the metropolitan and capital area. There are cities which borders with Seoul City, so we have to present the population estimate for the wider metropolitan area. So the second topic is urban sprawl. So 500 meter by 500 meter is the unit for the data of Statistics Korea. And this is related to the population. So each plate represents the history. Seoul is a yellow bar, and Gyeonggi-do province and Incheon represent the blue bars. So when you look at the block where population density is 100, that means that Seoul has 100 districts, and in Gyeonggi, the number of such areas are 180. So the density is going down. So the underutilized areas have been expanded into services. So the Seoul is the yellow bar. So you can see the range from 150 to 350 where there was a big growth. And this is for the Gyeonggi-do province, and the same goes for housing. And so why did we do this analysis on housing? So I said that the plate size is 500 meter by 500 meter, and when the density is high, it is blue, and when it is pink, the density is lower. And you can see compare 2000 and 2021. You can see the difference between these two data. So the blue bar shows the decrease in population, and the red bar shows the increase in population. In Seoul City, the population went down, but in Gyeonggi-do provinces, cities like Hanam, Seongnam, and Paju and Goyang, they saw a huge increase in the population, and we did the same thing for housing. So this is the housing density. So blue bar is a higher housing density, and pink is the lower housing density. So this is the difference between two. So all the areas showed increase in the number of housing units. So for population, the population went down in Seoul, and the population went up in Gyeonggi-do province. However, in case of housing units, the number of units went up altogether. Then why did the population in Seoul decrease, even though there are more housing units? And why did we build more housing units, even though there is a population decrease? This could be policy mistakes. So we can look back on what we have done. So the horizontal axis is the change in population, and vertical axis is the housing density changes. So you can compare 4 areas where the population went up while the housing went down, and vice versa. So when we make the graph, you can see blue for the entire Seoul. So the housing units went up, but population went down. We could think about several assumptions. So in Gyeonggi-do area, the number of housing units and population went up together. However, it is not the case for Seoul. So we could see different patterns in Seoul. What does that mean? So it could mean many things. So we can develop various assumptions. It could be an affordability issue. So the housing units are newly built. However, wealthy, smaller households live in Seoul, but large families who cannot afford houses in Seoul moved out of Seoul. And we have more and more single-person household. And these two assumptions could be made based on the data. Then what kind of housing units should we build? It is proper to build smaller housing units. We can review this assumption. The third topic is migration pathways by age. So Seoul is the center. Where do people move with Seoul in the center? So this is the question we asked. So for people between 20 and 25, so who are college age, where did they migrate? So this is the net migration data. So if we have 2 different areas, there could be some bi-directional migration in 2 areas. And if we find the difference between these 2 movements, we can find the vector value. So this is the Gwanakgu district. So everyone comes here from outside Seoul. And at college age, many people move to Gwanakgu district within Seoul even. And this is a complex migration pattern. And this is the net migration data, which is exaggerated. However, the arrows concentrate in Gwanakgu district. So many college students live there. And when you look at the arrow, most of the arrows show the location of universities. And what about people between 25 and 30? So from Gwanakgu district, they move somewhere else. For example, to 구로구, 강서구. And you can see that the concentrated population around the university areas are scattered to other areas, including Sangye-dong. And what about the older generation? They move to Incheon and many other further cities from Seoul. So we cannot track everyone for their lifetime, and we cannot analyze the history data of all the migration. But we can see the data by age group, and if we connect all the data by age group, we can develop the migration chain of different age groups. That was our idea. If it is a three-dimensional data, it would be better. But I didn't have enough time for demonstration. That's why I brought 2D data. So the milder color shows older generation. So if people reach 44, most of them move to Gangseogu district, to Gimpo or Paju or the western part of Incheon or middle part of Incheon. These are the patterns we recognized. So this is for a certain time frame. So we cannot say that this is the major route of migration. However, depending on the certain age group, people keep migrating to different areas so that they can select housing units which can cater to their needs. So there are some. You can start from anywhere. So from Songpa-gu district, most of them move to Hanam, Hwasong, Namyangju, up to Uijeongbu. So you can find another chain of a pattern here. So they move somewhere relatively closer. However, they do not seem to stay in one location all the time, but they mostly migrate to outside Seoul. That was the pattern. So, do you think older generation, senior citizens and children and youth, do they live together? That was another question. So if you majored in urban planning, you can see you will find this indicator. So you can see different portions of age groups, and you can see the distribution of a certain age group. And we made a graph based on our data. So let me start with the later part. So this is the senior citizens. So the horizontal axis shows the number of elderly in one location, and vertical axis shows the location quotient in log value. So when you go upper, it shows the more senior citizens living in the location. But if the value is lower, smaller number of elderly compared to other areas. And when the graph moves to the right side, there is an absolute number of senior citizens going up. So location quotient converges to 1 when there is a more number of senior citizens. So we cannot select a wider area to have accurate data. So elderly people is everywhere. And these are hot spot and cold spot. So the red spot is the concentrated area where many elderly live. And the blue part shows a smaller number of elderly living in the location. So senior citizens are people over the age of 65, and it is not simple to track their movement. But we can conclude that in the middle part of Seoul, which is the Junggu area, they have more elderly. And in Gangnam and Yeongdeung-Pogu district, there is a relatively smaller number of senior citizens. So when we look at the entire Gyeonggi-do province, so Seoul is located in the center. And when we look at 2 layers outside Seoul, you can see a wider distribution of senior citizens. So our interest was infants and youth, and this is the data for infants. So this is different from the previous data. So when the number goes up, the specificity goes up. So people who have infants, they tend to live in a neighborhood where more infants live in. So otherwise, there will be no tendency shown in this graph. So senior citizens could live anywhere, basically. However, in case of infants, the parents select the location of living, and they prefer the area where more infants live in. So there is a auto-correlation. And this is significant for policymaking in the future. So do we have to make every area convenient to raise a child? Or do we have to concentrate our support to the area where more infants live in? But if we concentrate our support in those areas, it could further deepen the current situation where certain areas do not have many infants. And this is the cold spot and hot spot for infants. So there is not many infants in the hotspot for the elderly. And when you look at the Seongsu-dong and Gongdeok-dong in Mapogo area, they show hotspots for infants. And when you look at outer Seoul, you can see 3 locations where so many apartment complexes are located. So that means that people with infants, they look for safer infrastructure and safer environment for children, and the data for youth. So there is no tendency within Seoul for youth. So they do not choose the neighborhood they live in because there are many young people live. However, we can still find a hotspot for youth. So in Gangnam-gu and Yeongdeung-Pogu area, there are so many jobs. However, they are not hotspots. And this is definitely affordability issue. It is closer to their workplace. However, it is too expensive to live in. That is why they live a little bit farther away from their workplace. So for urban policy in the future, we have to look at the bias of population by age group, and we have to present our method for adjustment. And this is the tree-pattern comparison released by Seoul City. So we can look at the data. In the past, we looked at the survey result and quotient to track the movement and migration of people. However, now we can track the movement in the real time. And data used here has the time period of 1 month. I'm not so sure, but maybe it is September in 2023. So the analysis on this data started with the question of a potential decline in urban area. So we are seeing a decreasing population working in the financial industry. So after COVID-19 pandemic crisis, more people work from home. So urban area could be declining. However, it turns out that is not true. So we did labeling of 3 types, including CBD. So we looked at GBD in Gangnam area, and in-migration is higher than the city center. So we divided it by area, and when we look at the density, the result is slightly different. The city center has a higher density. So Gangnam area is huge. That is why there are more people. However, when we look at the density itself, the city center has a higher value. So we looked at the 3 purpose, and something. So one type was related to work, and one was related to their housing, and one was related to other purpose. And for work, it was similar. However, for other types, there is a greater inflow into CBD, which is the traditional city center. So there are more people who visit city center for just the temporary purposes, not regular purposes. So I have to skip these slides because I'm out of time. So the essence here is that city center has a higher traffic, but when we look at the work-related flow, it is a city center has a similar level with Gangnam area. However, when we look at the density, still the city center has a higher population in migration density. And this is the time-based data, but you can refer to the future reports. So let me just pinpoint one thing here. So this is based on time and 3 pattern comparison. So in Gangnam, between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., so compared to CBD and Yeouido, there are peaks in 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. However, in Gangnam area, it is slightly later. So 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. are the peaks in Yeouido, but it is later for Gangnam area because more workplaces allow workers to start their work at 10 a.m. So we couldn't analyze we analyzed the long distance commuting cases, but we couldn't include it in the slides, and we can share more information in the discussion.
Hello, everyone. Under the topic of the Seoul innovation driven by big data and AI, it is my honor to be here. I can't see the audience at the back clearly, but I will just make it short because you probably are looking forward to a lucky draw. So let me make it quick. Today I prepared my topic under a big data and AI-based public-private convergence case. Seoul Metropolitan Government has all kinds of information like citizen registration information, and they were the foundation of various policy. And as the cities are getting more complex, it is difficult to maintain that information as it is. So we converge public and private data to create a whole new data that could be very useful and utilized very well. And that's what I am into and working on. Today I will talk about some trip pattern. As a previous speaker just mentioned, I will just add some more elements. And as I mentioned, the registered citizen's name, the number is being decreased. And I believe it will go all the way down to 6 million. But why is Seoul getting more complicated while the population is getting shrunk? So then how about little districts? So we created the living finance data of Seoul in 2019. And in 2020, as a COVID-19 hit the world, courier logistics data has risen and emerged. And we also established a data set. And in 2021, we've established a population mobility data set. And right now, we have all kinds of citizen life data, and that includes a real-time data, which will be covered tomorrow. So in partnership with the private sector, we are working on various data sets. As I mentioned before, I will mostly touch upon population mobility. And first, population mobility. If you look at this graph in 2017 all the way to this month, you can see the trend. As I mentioned, this yellow line is the number of registered population in Seoul. So these are regarded as residents. And that is reflected on various policies. However, in the red part is the de facto population, meaning that working in Seoul. There's an obvious pattern, and you can see in the middle there's a big drop. What do you think? That's a holiday. So if you have a holiday, a lot of people living and working in Seoul are from local areas, so they are not in Seoul. And our census, well, is widely used, but we need some timely and more practical data. And if we can combine that with the census, we can develop more complicated but useful policies for Seoul. As I mentioned, at certain point and at certain locations, we can cover all the population. That's what it means of this living population or de facto population. You can cover the overall Seoul or by district unit, and the Statistics Korea provides a 10-kilometer unit, and that is the minimum unit. And we also consider nationality, gender, and even for foreigners, we classify them whether they are visitors or they're residents. This is the development history of our progress. Starting from 2017, we started to diagnose the problems, and along with the KT, which is a telecommunication provider, we started to work on this data set in terms of population, mobility, and with all the experts, we've been through various meetings, and in 2018, We had an open data day, and you can see the picture. And so far, all these data are open for citizens. And that includes any startup owners or those who prepare a new business. This is a development process. I can't mention all the methodology, but briefly, we were based on the telecommunication information, and we use the 4 correction coefficient. And as I mentioned, at certain point and certain space, we cover all the populations, and we didn't use all 3 main telecommunication service providers, so that is why we use the corrective coefficient. And number of the subscribers of the telecommunication service by gender, by age, or sometimes they turn off their phone, then we can measure. So we also classify the rate of phone on and phone off. And also, we conduct this research in parallel to cover metropolitan areas like Incheon Metropolitan City and the Gyeonggi Province. And we try to collect all the data nationwide. And based on that data, what did we do? By day, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way to Sunday, and the time from 1 a.m. to maybe 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., that's the commuting time and lunchtime, rush hour. We believe that all these time period will have a different pattern. So we collect all the information like using public transportation and other data, which is like 8 different kinds for us to decide. And based on this assumption, we have to evenly distribute. So about 430,000 cells were used. So we created this by crossing KT's 50 cells and counting sections of Statistics Korea. And this data cell is smaller than what is usually used. And by combining these data, we collect all these data, and then we started from the smallest district area and then all the way to the municipal level. So this is the data that even like a small district office can use. And depending on the unit of the administration, you can freely use this data because it's open. Obviously, this has some limit. Over 90 years old or under 7 years old, you can't really measure. So depending on the age, it's difficult. Sometimes the data could be a result of a manipulation because anyone over 90 years old rarely have cell phones, and we just had to assume the pattern of their movement. And we create the final data set. And under 7 years old or over 90 years old, we can use a alternative data, but in the past, we had certain pattern, and we just take that trend of the past. And I believe that is a one statistics methodology. However, we also tried this, but it didn't make a huge difference. Then, how are these data used? And how do citizens use this data? As I mentioned, the population has shown a different trend, and we established the enactment and implementation of a special law. target 2040, and we have a 2040 urban master plan. And we also have a different data set that is not quite the same as a de facto population, but we also have a different set. Also, some basic data came from a COVID-19 screening, because COVID-19 screening centers require some information of the population. And when you allocate resources, you also need a certain data to allocate. In the past, the city simply used the population information, but the city also now uses the living pattern information and the data set, because the general population data set is just a fixed concept. I will just quickly pass this one. This one shows the location of a public Wi-Fi, and we assume that there are some people who gathered around this area. And also this one it shows where people gather near Gwanghamun Square. This data shows foreign residents and visitors data set. This is quite different, so depending on the day and night. And we know that this foreign population is different between day and night, and we wanted to have a new approach. This one I will explain later on. This is also a performance analysis case of a Yeouido. This is a shade shelter for summer, and for this we use a lot of living population, living mobility information. And also today is very cold, and we also have some information regarding heating and the weather. As the previous speaker from the Seoul Institute did the analysis, all the government-funded organizations also conducted various research. We create data by various units, like maybe by building, and we also support the areas depending on how busy, how not busy the areas are. As mentioned, we initiated the Open Data Square starting 2018, and actually it has been 6 years, and since then, without any second of break, we are running this data. Anyone can get access to this data. And once we open this data, I'm not sure if you remember this, but this was not our analysis, but a media's analysis. There were some public strike, and they tried to calculate how many people participated, and there were big debates. And one media called Sisain also analyzed how many people actually participated in this strike. And the big data actually concluded this debate. And after that, a lot of people started to cite our information. What were you doing at 2 o'clock? You were here, so I believe your location information indicates here. And you can also see where you went last summer. It's impossible as an individual to figure out where you were. Well, telecommunication service providers can capture all these information and can track where you are. It sounds like Big Brother. It's pretty scary, isn't it? And also, these data are usually like real-time data. So some artists even use this data because this data has like fluctuation and the waves. And these data are utilized in interesting ways. And I didn't know this data are widely used this much, which I didn't expect at all when I first initiated this project. And there are a lot of researchers cited our data. During COVID in particular, a lot of research talk about the impact of COVID-19 and some spatial and the timing allocation were also cited our research. And this is the characteristic of our data. There's a data called CDR. This is a signal-based data. And this CDR data has a high spatial temporal resolution. And also, not only the foreign residents, the visitors can be captured by our data system. And also utilization was already covered, I mentioned earlier. And my suggestion goes to the Seoul Metropolitan Government. It started from Seoul Metropolitan Government, but Statistics Korea cover the areas where they are losing population. So other cities, other provinces, other local governments want to have a partnership with the private sectors to utilize the data to tackle some issues that for areas that are shrinking. Second, the population mobility data of Seoul. Between 8 and 9 o'clock near Gwanghamun Square, men and women in their 30s showed this kind of pattern for rush hour. In 2013, we created a Seoul Owl Bus, and in 2021, we created Seoul Population Mobility Data Set. And as I mentioned, we also initiated a Seoul Open Data Platform in 2018. There are different types of definitions, but our definition is the mobility of Seoul's entire population at specific time and between specific regions. So usually between Seoul and just the outside area of Gyeonggi-do. And we use every 20 minutes as a unit or rush hours. For spatial unit, we use a polygon unit of transportation. And Korea's Transportation Institute helped us a lot. The biggest characteristic of this data is that it's very easy to capture all the transportation information by people's transportation card. Like sometimes you don't use public transportation to go to work, like you can ride a bike or you can drive your car, so we can't capture those data. However, so if we use that transportation card, you can miss some information, but we use cell phone information thanks to the telecommunications service provider. So we can even capture last mile, even after the people use the public transportation to reach the work. I'm just skipping this part due to time constraint. So when we create this data, the core was this. There were two elements. Sometimes you can't tell whether that person moved or what happened. So temporal and spatial assumption was applied. And first, our biggest challenge was to distinguish whether the person actually moved or something happened to the person. This is about 1.6 billion cases of the transportation card data. So people use these data. We analyze this data, and about 90% transfer within 15 seconds, and you could find a lot of error gap. And 97% transferred within 26 minutes and 50 seconds. Then maybe after 26 minutes, we believe that this is a concept of stay. So this 97% and the 26 minutes and 50 seconds is at the borderline between you're on the move or you stay. Next one is how to distinguish the day movement and night movement. So over 10 days, if you stay somewhere, you sleep 10 nights, that's where you stay. That's a traditional way. However, we adopt the accumulated time of staying. So like if people have more accumulated hours at night, that means that this is the night population. If that person stays more hours during the day, this is a date population. So this pattern shows that this person in his or her 30s do some things between work and home. And on the right side of the graph shows the teens. So it shows a different patterns. And you can all get access to this information. As I said, we have an open data platform. I'm running out of time. I'll just skip this part. Okay, so then once we created this data set, does it tell a phenomenon accurately? Well, I thought Census Korea was a exemplary set because it was done by Seoul Metropolitan Government and Statistics Korea. Within Seoul, the movement doesn't show a lot of differences. However, if you travel from Seoul to somewhere else or somewhere else to Seoul, there are some 20% difference, but overall, it is 100.5%. So by 25 district offices of Seoul, we did the metrics analysis, and they all showed between 100 and 110%. And I realized that this is pretty reliable. This is a transportation card data, as I mentioned. And our data shows more traffic between 170 to 180%. Because our data also includes those who walk and those who drive their cars. The left one is a population mobility data, and the right side is a transportation card data. So there are more empty space on the right side is because we are missing those who are driving or walk or riding a bicycle. And these are all open data. You can go to our open data platform. We also use our data set to decide the location for the youth housing support and subsidies by the government. So this is that unfortunate Itaewon incident, and you can look at the red part, and that includes the foreigners. And there were more foreigners in that area because they had like a global event, and our data unit is every 20 minutes. So about 10:20 p.m. we had a maximum people, but then after the accident, a lot of people left. And you can see a lot of which group came the most to that area of Itaewon. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So it was the last presentation for the session number 2. Mr. Won Yoo-bo talked about a big data and AI-based public-private convergence case. So by converging public and private data, we can utilize it for policy making, and it can be open to the public. So it was an interesting presentation. Now we will proceed with the panel discussion. So this is the last session and last program of day 1 of the forum. And as mentioned, we have a lucky draw for offline participants. So you get your lucky number. So we are going to invite Professor Park Jae-hee from University of Seoul as our chair. And we have 2 panelists who are Associate Research Fellow Cho Jung-woo from Korea Transport Institute and Associate Professor Stephen Jigar Chen from Graduate School of Environmental Studies from SNU. And we are going to invite our speakers as well. So we are reaching the end of the forum today. And I would like to thank you for staying with us until the end. So the podium is arranged. So let us invite the chair and our speakers and panelists to the podium. So Professor Park Jae-hee will serve as our chair. And we have a Professor Lee Won from Cambridge University and Mr. Kim Sang-il from the Seoul Institute and Mr. Won Yoo-bo from the who is the statistical data specialist. Good afternoon. My name is Park Jae-hee from University of Seoul. And from the perspective of computer science, I am interested in building the system. So as a chair of this session, I found all the presentation very interesting. And I was always highly interested in tools. However, after listening to your presentations, I realized the importance of a problem-driven approach to improve the current situation. So it was all great presentation from 4 speakers. And we have speakers from Cambridge and Riyadh, and we could see examples of these cities as well as cases of Seoul. And we invited 2 panelists who are smart city specialists. The first panelist is Associate Research Fellow Cho Jung-woo from Korea Transport Institute. And second, we have Professor Stephen Jigar Chen from the Graduate School of Environmental Studies from Seoul National University. So let me tell you how we will proceed. So the panelists will give a general comment on presentations, and you can raise questions for the speakers. And I will give you 6 to 7 minutes for discussion. First, let us start with Mr. Cho Jung-woo from Korea Transport Institute. Good afternoon. My name is Cho Jung-woo from Korea Transport Institute. And I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer who invited me. And I work in transport sector. So let me share the trends. And demand response mobility is the trend in the transport sector. So on-demand bus and the free and autonomous route taking public transportation and on-demand air taxi will be around after 10 to 15 years. So we are talking about smart city application. So listening to the presentations, I found many things in common. So real-time data or near real-time data will be communicated further by more actors, and to contribute to decision making, they will play a bigger role in solving traffic congestion, and many other issues. So time-based data and real-time data, the application were mentioned by different speakers. And I have a question. So when we collect data, do you have any challenges and issues? So I believe that we need a strong pipeline to collect and analyze and realize data. So we need the pipeline to encompass all the processes. And what kind of approach can we take in terms of policy making so that we can reflect the real lives cases of our citizens? And do you see any barriers to build such a pipeline? So the answer we can listen to the answer later. And I will invite Professor Stephen Jiga-Chen.
I believe nowadays we are in a new era of big data and AI. And this era will only show more and more utilization of those powers. And we can compare that to the invention of the machineries. And in the next few years, we'll see this application of the big data and AI in many, many fields, and it can transform many, many fields as well. And so I believe these discussions on how we can utilize the data is very, very important. So concerning the presentations, I think all of the presentations are wonderful, talking about different aspects of big data collection, management, utilization, and the reflections on how we can integrate the data utilization into smart city development. So I have specific questions for the three presenters. For Dr. Wan, I think you mentioned this means and ends is a so important concept. So I would like to hear more about that because nowadays we have a lot of discussions on the utilization of big data and the combination of big data with the small data. Sometimes we have in-depth survey data and qualitative data. So what's your opinion about that? How we can address their integration? And for Dr. Kim, I was quite impressed by the using those data to show the population and migration change. So I would wonder how we can turn those scientific investigation into policy suggestions. So what kind of policy we could generate from understanding all these very, very important and very inspiring these patterns. And for Mr. Wang, and I was also very, very, thrilled to hear all these stories behind the generation and the sharing of the data, because I have been using those data, almost every day nowadays. So they are very, very useful. So I want to thank you and your team for working on this. But my question for this data collection and management is that for now we have a lot of data. They are open to the public, which is wonderful. But on the other hand, if the data volume is very big, then how could we make those data more accessible and more comprehensible to the public and to the common people, like visualization methods or other methods? So do you have any plans or thoughts about this point? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for great questions. So the first panelist talked about data collection, and I believe that all of the speakers could comment on that. And we can start with Professor Lee Wan.
Hello.
Good. And in terms of the barriers for collecting, sharing data, there are so many. But from Cambridge, particularly from the rental e-scooter project in London, is that usually smart city projects at the city scale, either London or Seoul, involves multiple operators, right? For example, around in the rental e-scooters, you have more than one operators. And this highlights the role of the public sector. So if there were no government involvement, putting in place the legal framework, a common data sharing framework, allowing or actually enforcing all the operators to share their data, to have this a big pool of usage data, then we can't actually do effective policy evaluations. So I guess the barrier from my experience is that this unique role of local government to tackle this legal challenge for sharing data across multiple operators. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite the second presenter, Dr. Kim Sang-il. Maybe can answer.
Thank you for the question. It is such a difficult question to answer, so I don't know how to answer your question actually. So when we look at the analysis of different data, so we have to build a better solution, and you are asking how we can build a better solution. So is my understanding correct? So if someone knew, and if any expert knew, our world must be full of great policies already. So what kind of approach am I taking? So I asked myself, listening to your question. So my curiosity always had some context. It didn't come out of the blue. So it was always based on my experience in the past and based on my knowledge from previous policies. And the idea of create a city. So my personal idea of a great city was always there. So values and knowledge and experience are the drivers to ask new questions. So when we have a great analysis, it would be helpful to develop better policies. But the process of developing policy, there could be different variables making an impact in the process. So if we start unique phenomenon for now, so we have to take one step further to find out the reason why such a phenomenon is taking place. And we should also look at the prospect for the future. So my presentation material raised different assumptions, and we would like to further develop such cases. So this is my direction for the future. And Seoul Metropolitan Government will develop better policies in the future for sure. This is the end of my comment.
Mr. Won Yu-bok can answer the question now. I wish that I had more time during my presentation, but I would like to add some comments that I wanted to share. You mentioned about pipeline. Doesn't matter if it's a population mobility or the de facto population. I believe we had a great start because startups or any businesses probably need a population mobility, and they probably will pay great amount of money to buy some information of a data from the telecommunication service providers. But in my partnership with these telecommunications service provider, I realized that this is a virtuous circle, and should I call it a data imbalance? I believe Seoul's digital data policy had a great role. As Professor asked, what can we do if we can't deal with the big data? Well, as I mentioned, there are 25 districts in Seoul, and underneath there are about 460 smaller district units in Seoul, and that's why I have a 19,000 units of a data set. It's really hard to handle the 19,000 units of cells, because that can easily create some gigabytes of information a day. And data specialists are not the only people who will use that data. So we just want to provide the data in an easier context so that anyone can get access to the data. We just want to create more visual aids so it's easier for the general public to understand. So that is our plan, and that's just my plan, just to answer your question briefly. Thank you very much for all the wonderful answers. I have questions too. In Seoul metropolitan government, why they started this population mobility information without any purpose? Data might not be a good solution for some urban issues. So if you create the de facto population and the population mobility in partnership with the KT, I believe that you had a very clear purpose. Was it about public interest? Was it for the willingness of the private sector? Also, big data in the future should have clearer goals. Then how can we invite or even integrate the data from a private sectors, and how can we manage after the integration between the public and private sector? And that is my question to the Seoul metropolitan government. I guess I have to use all the rest of the time to answer that question. That question is very big. And I believe you asked me two questions. So it was not a request by the private sector, as I mentioned. Seoul metropolitan government over 10 years had a registered residence information. And that population has decreased, and it is now about 9 million, and we expect it to decrease down to 6 million. But the city is getting more complicated while the population is decreasing. For work, for shopping, for schooling, many people visit Seoul, so it is getting more complicated. So it was really hard to analyze these kind of phenomena based on the traditional registered residence information. There were three telecommunication service provider, which is SK, KT, and LG. And we all had discussion with all these companies. And when we had this discussion, SK is #1 market, but for some reason I can't tell you, they refused to join us for this partnership. But KT was interested. So the biggest reason is that we wanted to solve some problems and try to analyze the reason why the Seoul is getting more complicated while the population is decreasing. And second, other than de facto population or population mobility, we also have a finance data. We have a KCB data, which means Korea Credit Bureau. and they all have any individual's financial information like their savings or their debt. It is not open to a public, but we can utilize that for more projects. And we also have a partnership with some logistics companies, and that's how we can create some logistics data. And tomorrow we will have more presentation about this data related to this telecommunication company, and there are some API services in operation in this partnership. So in collaborating with private companies, we wanted to explain various complicated phenomena of a Seoul as a big city. That wraps up my answer. Thank you.
I could see the willingness of Seoul metropolitan government on data utilization. We have to wrap up the discussion. But before closing the session, we are going to take questions from the audience. Do you have any questions? There is no question from the audience. So we are going to close the panel discussion on data-driven cities, urban life changed by big data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we just wrapped up session 2. You may go back to your seat. Thank you. Data-driven cities, urban life changed by big data was our topic in session 2. Big data, AI are applied in many cases, and we've touched upon some roadmap and the landscape of the future by utilizing big data and AI. It's exactly 6 o'clock right now. Thank you very much once again for staying all the way to the end of the day. And that includes all the audience, speakers, and our moderators. And by ending session 2, we are wrapping up the day 1 of the Seoul Big Data Forum 2023. We are going to have the session 3 tomorrow and followed by session 4, and we call upon your keen interest. And for you who stayed all the way till the end, we are now preparing the lucky draw, and online viewers are also leaving some comments. Thank you very much, and we are about to finish the live streaming, and thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
So live streaming is finished, and now it's time for a lucky draw for off
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as the think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charming city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents, such as Meta's Seoul Pet, to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어 나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서유 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고, 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Dareungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성 안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.